Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me naked, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right we will. Featured story today, Jingle Bells, rooted in racism? Boston University professor says yes. Confederate Christmas ornaments are smaller than statues, but they send the same racist message. We'll dig into both of those, mock the hell out of the losers that wrote those things. We also have, of course, Mark and Duke caught on a hot mic, and my reaction to what they said. Go free lesson of the day. It's about Yades and more Yades. And also, what does Yule and Christmas remind us to do? As well as retributive justice and what it means to us as we talk to more and more of our brothers and sisters. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. The maid that works for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez asked for a raise. Why do you think you deserve a raise? Responded AOC. I cook better than you. Who told you that? Your husband. I also clean better than you. Why do you say that? Because your husband said so. And I'm also a lot better in bed. Don't you dare tell me that my husband had sex with you and then told you that you were better in bed. Nope. The gardener did. She gets around, doesn't she? She really gets around. Everybody in town. It's great to see you all. It's 5 in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac. You know how this goes. 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. We are going free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to every single one of you. I'm very excited to be here. A Merry Christmas and a good Yule to every single one of you. I hope this December is looking splendid. Every day that goes by gets a little better. If you would like to have a comment read by me or a question for me, be respectful, and you can tag me as No White Guilt on any of the platforms that you see before you. Monitors everywhere. Post your question, comment there, and I will get to it as you put No White Guilt. Or you can also go on over to Entropy, and there's a Tall Kevin widget, also known as the question widget, and there you can put your comment or question, and it won't disappear. I will end up seeing it, and either you or I have to delete it to make it go away. You may also financially gift over the course of this gathering, and you can do so at Entropy, the aforementioned Entropy. The link is below. You can also, 2 other links that are below, financially gift over at Cash App, which is no cost to you, and you can financially gift there with a cryptocurrency if you want to give those worthless things away anymore. And finally, over at Odyssey, I'll be keeping an eye on all of these over the course of this gathering. We are going to have an epic time because my life is epic, and you're on this journey with me. Fantastic to see you all. I want to begin right away with some swashbuckling announcements to get everybody excited before we get into this very first piece of news, and then getting into the Mark and Duke hot mic that we're going to review briefly. Not going to spend a lot of time on it, but I want to give my thoughts on that. The very first thing I want to do is I want to get out some 07s, some swashbuckling banners. Raise the swashbuckling banners, my dear lads and lasses, to the heights of the flagpoles. Some crossing swords, some shields, some crossbows, whatever it is for us swashbucklers. For Franklin, Jerome, for the love of Western kind, and everybody else who was in Adam Green's live chat this past week when I appeared with Adam Green, a researcher, as some of you know, others may not know, into some of the different occult and cryptic religious sects of Jewish people, and headed over there. We had a conversation. It was a good conversation. However, a lot of these me-nots and a lot of people suffering with what we will discuss a little bit later, that which we call yays, showed up, and they were saying typical lies, typical nonsense, typical misrepresentation, because they have nothing to bring to the conversation except many decades of failure behind them and wreckage of lives. And so they hate yours truly. They hate this community. But there were several individuals in that live chat that were taking these people to task. Franklin, I'm told, by far was number one in that effort. So was Jerome was there, and for the love of Western kind, but there were others. And so I salute every single one of you for those swashbuckling efforts to take down these liars, these malcontents that have no desire to advance the well-being of Western kind, but a very different objective from our very own. I also want to, this is epic, swashbuckling announcement as well. I have gone up hundreds of subs on Twitter and on YouTube. So things continue to climb, even though I'm banning the hell out of these troublemakers. Wanted to mention that as well. Another thing that's really important when it comes to swashbuckling that I wanted to mention, I've been thinking about this. I keep thinking it. And then when it comes time for the show, I've written it down someplace and I've forgotten where it was, and I don't find it until later. Out of our community, can anyone say who was the first to go out, community as us here online? Who was the first to go out, and where did that person go swashbuckling? If you don't know, it was the great Yiz, the unifier, who headed over to that museum and slam dunked, swash style, epically, aces all the way around, the docents and the manager at that museum. That was totally epic, and that was Yiz ahead of the curve. What a true champion she is in service to White Whale Bank. Let's get some raucous emojis for the great Yiz and her swashbuckling, hands-on, swinging into that library / museum, whatever they had going on there. And those docents didn't have any idea what was about to hit them. The power of Yiz. There's something that has struck my heart so profoundly. I'm going to share it with you right now. I'm going to put this on the screen right now. And then we're going to get into two really funny things before, very short, really funny things, swashbuckling announcements. But there was something that I absolutely have to share. Last night, my heart melted when I saw Art is Life as Western Kind Art on Twitter had shared this. I'm going to share it with you all. I want you to take a look at this. It is truly amazing, and I'll read it if I can. Let me see if I can put my glasses on. Yesterday, the students in my class called the only white boy a racist. They are second graders. I explained. So think about the power of this ideology. And anyone out there who continues to claim, well, all you got to do is get to somebody with a different opinion from what they learned from birth till death. Just get for a couple of minutes and you change everything. Give me a break. Dumb people thinking. Second graders, I explained what being an anti-white entailed, and they apologized to him. He gave me a hug on the way out. He gave me a hug on the way out. We all have a moral obligation to protect white children from anti-whiteism. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get a record number of raucous emojis, 07s, swashbuckling flags. This woman, this great woman in this community, and I wrote back on Twitter, she did with that one act more than thousands of these tough talking thugs and namers out there. Thousands more than those people with this one act. A lesson was taught to the totality of the non-white children in that room. That is a moral lesson that will enable them to see our victimization moving forward. And she saved, quite literally, saved the life. A path was going to be started by that white little boy. And she literally saved his life. And how many lives will he touch? This is what white well-being, this is what love, hope, and redemption is 100% quintessential all about. It is about us. It is about our love. It is about our victimization. It is about our tears, righteous as they fall from our faces. It is about all of us being capable of being victimized, and indeed victimized by anti-whites and anti-whiteism. And still we stand up in front of those who are our weakest members to take those slings, to take those arrows. God bless Western kind art. And then if you thought that with this act that shakes the world, that wasn't enough, she shared this on Twitter so that it could reach more people. And acts like this, who knows how big and significant. And she writes this with the follow-up. The book in this meme, beautifully, this meme beautiful, the person, the adult holding the shield, the meteorites, if you will, flying in, and the adult handing Go Free to a white child. The book in this meme is Go Free by Jason Kuna. I wouldn't have been able to speak up like this 2 years ago before I read this book. I wouldn't. She would have been there. She would have felt that it was wrong. She may have done something, felt in her soul that it was wrong. She may have done something that would have made the matter much worse. I read this book. Learning to use his lexicon has been integral in fighting anti-whiteism and advocating for white well-being. Every teacher out there, every manager, every foreman, every architect, every engineer, every surgeon, every colonel, every shipmate out there on the deep blue seas can use the lexicon and Go Free to defend ourselves against anti-whiteism for themselves, their job, their family, their children, children under their care, everywhere you look. This is it. This is what works. This is what's saving lives. God bless this blessed woman. Western kind art. Art is life. 07s, I'm never going to forget this. God bless you, Western kind art. What a truly amazing act of heroism. That is what heroism looks like. In this day and age of anti-whiteism, that, my friends, is what heroism looks like. Not we need to call into question that another group defends themselves or that they hold positions of power. Not threats of some point in the future, when the flag goes up or the balloon goes up, you're suddenly going to pick up your fist and pick up your arms and head out into some sort of physical combat. No, this is it. And anybody that would say otherwise doesn't have a soul in their body. God bless you, sister. Isn't that, well, now, if that didn't pull at your heartstrings, if you can imagine, I mean, I tell you, for me, I see the little boy. I see an entire classroom turning on him. I see them with this seething education, directing that hatred at him, and him with the same education, knowing how awful it is to be called that, knowing how dehumanizing it is to be called that. And he was going to instantly capitulate. He was going to instantly say whatever he had to say, to not be ostracized and hated, and with the threat of physical attack in the coming years of his life. And instead, empowered with this, not hatred of other groups of human beings, because that sort of response from this young man is not going to do anything for him, for our people, for his family of origin, the family he creates. No, a message of love. And this too, all of those non-white kiddies there, too young to already be filled with anti-whiteism and hatred for Western kind, suddenly now learning that it hurts white people to behave like that, that those words hurt, that those ideas about white people and therefore that white little boy, that they inflict injury. That is power. And I've had, for the past couple of weeks, too many midget-witted, low-browed, low-IQ'd individuals trying to tell me in this community what power is, what we really need to do. You haven't said, you, with those ideas, have put countless white children into foster homes, into abusive family scenarios where parents are ripping them apart. I've seen it, and don't you dare lie to me. This is the exact opposite. If you want something that's going to benefit Western kind for white well-being, it's got to be in love. It's got to serve the individual with love. God bless. Now we're going to get into these stories, but you know what we're going to do right now is two different kinds, another kind of swashbuckling here by the great No White Guilt Clips, a short video. It's funny as all hell. It was made out of Twitter tantrums with Kate, and it's a short video made by No White Guilt Clips. This is the kind of thing that you can share with all of your regular friends out there, all of the vagues out there, to get them interested, to get them laughing, so they lower this guard that they have up, because they've been told over the course of their lives that any white person who wants to put an end to the victimization of white people must have horns, and they want to harm other groups of people to get to that well-being. Unfortunately, there are white people out there in the real world that are saying that. So we have to overcome that. And so here we have, break out your funny bone, because there are to be two clips coming up. And I am going to point out that both of these swashbuckling champions, both of them are in the GFC of Virginia. Enjoy. This Ken guy, this is Colonel King Sanders. That's who this is. Addiction and adultery are not shown to have increased as far as I'm aware. Eat my chicken. The reason why I don't say it's more adultery is because while I'm eating my chicken, I'm just watching her take every man at her office. And so since I'm okay with it, it's not adultery. Women were heavily medicated in the 1900s in order to keep them compliant. They didn't have my chicken. If they had my chicken, they wouldn't be compliant. There was no legitimate issue with my mother earning more money than my father. He reached the upper limit of what he was able to earn after failing at being self-employed. He was a loser like me.
You might recall that tweet said that his family actually did struggle because of the father earning less than the mother.
Very interesting how they're able to go back in time like that and resolve issues so that they can just shift their argument. We resolved that yesterday. How'd you do that, kid? Time machine. It's inside every Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket. You can find a time machine. Fantastic. Bravo. No white guilt clips. That is so fantastic. Everybody who sees this loves it to death. It is totally epic. We're going to keep moving now because we're already closing in on the bottom of the first hour. And we want to get into our first news items. I want to tell you all this. You are going to laugh your asses off. And there's a moment where it's nonverbal that is beyond hilarious. The great Caleb, swashbuckling champion, put on his feathered hat and headed out into the world for another opportunity to swash. And he did this, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, good for them if they get it.
Yeah. Taylor in Newport News before we take a timeout.
Smooth, what's up, baby? Hey, man, I remember playing with you on Madden way back in the day. Best secondary in NFL history, man.
Hey, thank you for that, brother.
Did you play with Madden like was Fred on the other end, or you mean you played used his avatar?
Oh, man, I was manually using Fred. I was using Champ. I was using Sean Taylor. Everybody back there, Sean Springs, man. I was with all you guys. But I just want to talk about no white guilt on YouTube, baby. We're stopping anti-whiteism. I love you, Smoot. I love you, brother. We're stopping anti-whiteism.
What?
All right. Listen,
good night, everybody.
I don't know. Like, what's his name? With the cat.
Yeah, that was the cat guy?
Yeah, that was the cat guy.
All right.
Oh, my God, that was hilarious.
Coming up, we'll get to some of the stuff in the chat.
That was Kanye just on here.
Yeah, all right. Hey, now. Yeah.
We got to see that again.
Hang the phone up. It's Kanye.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Commanders 20, Giants 20. Let's stick.
Oh, my God. We got to see that part again.
Well, good for them if they get it. Yeah. Taylor in Newport News before we take a timeout.
Smooth, what's up, baby? Hey, man, I remember playing with you on Madden way back in the day. Best secondary in NFL history, man.
Hey, thank you for that, brother.
Did you play with Madden like was Fred on the other end, or you mean you played used his avatar?
Oh, man, I was manually using Fred. I was using Champ. I was using Sean Taylor. Everybody back there, Sean Springs, man. I was with all you guys. But I just want to talk about no white guilt on YouTube, baby. We're stopping anti-whiteism. I love you, Smoot. I love you, brother. We're stopping anti-whiteism.
What? All right.
Listen,
good night, everybody.
Oh, sevens. Raucous emojis. Swashbuckling flags for the great Caleb. That is so funny. The first time I watched that, I had tears rolling out of my eyes. Those two guys are like, what the hell? This guy came on here. He knew like all the sports stuff. He had all the names right and everything. And then what did he just say? What did he just get out to the world? We're fighting anti-whiteism, baby. I love you two. Oh, my God. More swash in the real world. That is so funny. I love you two, baby. We're fighting anti-whiteism. Those guys were like, what is he saying? What now? Everybody at home's like, no white guilt on YouTube. Let me see what that is. That guy called in, didn't have any. I had no idea what the hell he's talking about. Playing Madden, knew all the names. And he's talking about no white guilt on YouTube. Let's see what that is. Fighting anti-whiteism. Oh, my God, that is funny. Brother, that is hilarious. Folks, that is the GFC of Virginia. That's how we make it happen. Anyhow, how's everybody doing? Is that an awesome way to start a gathering? We already have the great Yiz, the unifier, is up over here on Entropy. God bless you, sister. $20. So please, she hit the $20 limit to get the 07s and raucous emojis and financial gift. God bless you, Yes. She writes, weekly folk tithe to celebrate a personal victory. Another victory, this swashbuckling champ. She says, I just had an interview on a friend's channel, American Populist, specifically to explain the Go Free method. He loved it. So I'd like to buy him a copy of Go Free for Christmas. I'll email you his mailing address. Thank you for giving me what I needed to matter, Jason. Kip. Wow. So powerful. Another life has been touched by this great swashbuckling lady. And she's even buying him a book. It's not the first time that she's done this. It's not the first time that she has spoken with someone. They never knew what this was, gotten them excited, and then she buys them a book to keep them going. She buys them a Go Free to keep them going. Wow, Yiz. Wow. I mean, just demonstrate, baby. Demonstrate. These are our swashbucklers. Look at that. We just had 4 swashbuckling big hits right there in a row. Our swashbucklers demonstrating how to make it happen. Out there in the world themselves making it happen. Touching lives, changing the world. Totally epic. God bless you all so very much. Lunder is here. Great to see you, brother. The great ForNull is here. Southern Bloom is with us. So is the great Franklin. How's everybody doing this December? We already have some people getting hidden. I guess that's more troublemakers. If you only knew how many of these people's accounts I have already banned, I have already blocked, because I've addressed all of any comment that they could make. I've addressed it. So it's just slander. That's all it is. That's all they've got. Anomalous is here. Cindy Ben. Kate is here. Great Kate. Corey is here. Amma is here. JC Denton. Western Kind Art is here. Great to see you, sister. The champs are in the house. Azimuth Clark is here. You all knew they were going to come for Christmas. You knew they were going to come for Christmas. And come for Christmas they did. Jingle Bells. Now, we're not even talking here about Christianity Christmas, which is really what it's supposed to be, right? We're not even talking about that. We're talking about the frivolous buying your ass off and the economic aspect and no more. They're even coming for that. Of course they are. Why? Because they've got to white erase everything. That's what motivates an anti-white, to victimize white people and our creations, our projections. This article, who puked this out? Park. Somebody by the name of Park. Jingle Bells. Rooted in racism. Boston University professor says. Well, then I guess it just must be so. I guess it just must be so. And you know what? The answer is, I don't care what your argument is. If it's anti-white, I reject it. Let the professor talk all day long. Oh, we're supposed to do Christmas song. What Christmas song are we going to do? Thank you, everybody, for celebrating. What Christmas song? Something short. Sing a Christmas song for everybody. Make sure everything's working all right. We'll be getting to the hot mic. Does anybody know about the hot mic? Are you hearing about it for the first time? How about a Christmas song for the married guys out there? Who would like a Christmas song for the married guys? Wandering Panda says, "Oh, Christmas tree." Well, maybe I'll do. Catherine's with us. Says we should work on resurrecting some really cool ancient carols. That would be neat. The dirty version of Jingle Bells? White Calling. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know. All right, we're going to do one for we'll do one for the husbands, the married men out there. Christmas song. How does it go? Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. That's what it is. I fell into a ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I fell down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burns. The flame, what is it? The flame of fire? The ring of fire, the ring of fire. What do you mean it's not a Christmas song? It's a Christmas song for the married men, for all the guys out there, all the married guys. It's also a birthday song for them, a Easter song for them, New Year's song for them. Elaine says, haven't heard of the Hot Mic. Montana Kid says, Ring of Fire? Yeah, every married guy out there. Christmas, New Year's, Easter, all of those. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. All right, so maybe that's not terribly Christmas. How about just a tiny bit of It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Take a look at the 5 and 10. It's glistening once again with candy canes and silver lanes that glow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Toys in every store. But the prettiest sight to see is the holly that will be on your own front door. Next time we'll do more of that one. Jingle Bells, one of the most well-known Christmas carols in the world, is now being called racist. A Boston University theater professor claims the Christmas carol has a problematic history. White people came up with it. White people like it. That's problematic. Because it was originally performed to make fun of African Americans, says this twit. Quote, the legacy of Jingle Bells is one where its blackface and racist origins have been subtly and systematically removed from its history. Kaina Hamill, a BU theater historian. Wow, it gets even more educated there. Wrote in her theater survey research paper on the story of Jingle Bells. Although One Horse Open Sleigh, for most of its singers and listeners, may have eluded its racialized past and taken its place in the seemingly unproblematic romanticization of a normal white Christmas, to say everything, that'll have to go too. Everything's going to be white erased. That's why we are here. To the circumstances of its performance, history enables reflection on its problematic role in the construction of blackness and whiteness in the United States. The construction of. We don't have any whiteness. Maybe you got it, but we don't have any whiteness. Hamill started researching the history of the famous Christian carol after a so-called Jingle Bells War. Now, that was a child's cartoon that I missed growing up. The old Jingle Bells War. Do you remember when thousands of reindeer lay slaughtered on the fields of combat? Elves dismembered by the invading hordes. Jingle Bells War. I missed that one. I guess my parents didn't let me watch it. A dispute between two towns, Medford, Mass. And Savannah, Georgia, that claimed to be the birthplace of the song written by James Pierpont. Pierpont. Do you have any James Pierpont? But of course. Its origins emerged from the economic needs of a perpetually unsuccessful man. Of course. The racial politics of antebellum Boston, the city's climate. Whoa. I thought all of that evil white people was just down home in the South. Okay. Until they want to say, well, it's everywhere. We got all you northern whites to help us. And now it's you too. Remember, it was just going to be like, oh, it's just those backwards southern white people. Yeah, we're better than them. What, Me Too? That was the first Me Too. Yeah, you're white ass. Then they came for the ladies. And the intertheater repertoire of commercial blackface performers moving between Boston and New York, Hamill wrote. The traces of blackface minstrel origins can be found in the music and lyrics, as well as the elements of male display. Boasting. Male display? Well, I mean, is this person like watching Magic Mike? Where is this coming from? Boasting and the unbridled behavior of the male body on stage. The unbridled behavior of the male body on stage. That's my life, Cupcake. That is my life. Unbridled male behavior. The song's lyrics, which Hamill adds, quote, display no real originality. You guys are just so jealous. Sounds a lot like what I've heard over the course of these decades. You can never do that. No, it's never going to work. You're going to fail. No, we're not going to let you speak. No, you're a jerk. So you're not going to, it happened? You didn't do that. You didn't do that. Somebody else did that before you did. And reference things like Miss Fanny Bright and Dashing Through the Snow. Connect the song to Blackface Dandy, according to the research paper. Words such as throw, thought, and upsot suggest a racialized performance that attempted to sound Southern to a Northern audience, Hamill wrote. As I mentioned in my article, the first documented performance of the song is in blackface. Boston, 1857. The same year it was copyrighted, Hamill told Fox News. Much research has been done on the problematic history of the 19th century entertainment. You know, I'd be willing to bet. I'm not saying this is the case, but I would be willing to bet that it's totally possible that they were doing it in blackface because they wanted to credit black people. And that they'll be able, this author or this publication will be able to go back and argue both points. Say black people made it and white people made it and white people are evil for it. Dealing with rational folks. Hamill added that her research had been public for 2 years and has nothing to do with Christmas. Nothing to do with Christmas. I'm just going to rip a song that white people like out of their hearts at Christmas time. But this has nothing to do with Christmas. Jingle Bells was the first song ever broadcast from outer space in 1965. I did not know that. That's really fascinating. I wonder who was up there in outer space. What race of people that then took this awful song and played it in outer space? Research paper was widely panned on social media, with Twitter users calling it liberal overreach. Well, that's because they were idiots. Quote, Jingle Bells is racist. White Christmas is racist. Baby, It's Cold Outside is sexist. What the hell happened to the America I grew up in, where people didn't wake up every day trying to find something to be offended by? Now, that person would have been good for us to swashbuckle there, to get in there and say, oh, it's anti-white. All that liberal is anti-white. Notice how these liberals are not going after like the Asian carols for their New Year or whatever they sing. You notice how they're not going after those things to say, you really exclude everybody but Chinese. It's got to be erased. No. So it must not be a liberal thing. It must be an anti-white thing. Another Twitter user said the song's history is largely being maligned. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride. Did they write out the whole song? On a one-horse open sleigh. It's not racist, another one wrote. that professor is an idiot. I concur there. The actors had blackface because in the time, blacks weren't allowed to act. So you had white people going up on the stage playing black characters, and so therefore they had to put on blackface to be the black characters on stage. And eventually, though, white people brought black people into the theater. But now we're taught that black people fought their way. They elbowed their way through the white people who were just trying to hold them down. Somehow they were able to hold them down all the way up until that moment. Then they just elbowed their way through, fought their way up onto the stage. And they said, I'm staying. And even when the white people said, all right, we'll just burn the thing down, I'm still staying. And then by my will, the flames won't light the building on fire. No, that's not how it works. White people allowed them to participate. I'm waiting for the thank you. But before we get there, we're going to check out Christmas. Confederate ornaments are smaller than statues. So, white erasing the statue. Is your Christmas tree racist? Is it sending a message to your neighbors that it's evil? Does your Christmas tree wear a Klan hood? If so, this idiot wants to talk to you about it. Does your Christmas tree have like one branch that sets off at 45-degree angle? Because if it does, this moron, Nicole here, More Antonio? Nicole More Antonio. Maybe we can get some less Antonio. We got too much Antonio here. We don't need more Antonio. Associate professor. Of course she is. Associate professor of rhetoric and communication studies in the American Studies University of Richmond. As Christmas approaches, many families undertake a familiar ritual. They murder a pine tree. They drag the corpse through a snow-covered field. They lash it to their vehicle, terribly macabre. They drive it home with the sap leaking onto the roadway. And then they take this corpse, they prop it up in their living rooms. And they make sure to feed it to preserve the body a little longer before they put it out for the big dump truck. Many families, yes, they decorate the corpse. An annual sojourn to the attic, basement, closet to pull out a box of treasured ornaments, bought, created, and collected over years, even generations. Hanging these ornaments on the corpse is an opportunity to reconnect with memories. That's what I always love to think about, the memories that I evoke in myself when I'm like, this goes on the corpse here. White people, only white people would do this. Hanging these ornaments on the corpse. The memories of personal milestones, holiday icons. Well, I mean, yeah, some people have, most people, I think, we just have like, what glitters most? What's like really pretty? What sparkles with the lights that are on the tree and maybe the lights in the room? It's not like, here goes my diploma. That's my do you remember when I was arrested for shoplifting? I love that ornament. Yeah, that brings back the memories. No, but okay. In many cases, destinations visited. But I argue, it may be time to take some of these old travel keepsakes off the tree, because Nicole is going to come take them from you. More Antonio. In researching my 2019 book, of course she has a book, and it was probably a bestseller because that's how anti-whites roll. Confederate Exceptionalism, that was the name of it. I studied sites throughout the American South whose histories are tied to enslaved labor. Oh, give me a break. She looks like she's white as snow. And totally, but don't you know, if another group of people disappeared, then suddenly she would be like, poof! What happened? I feel so much better. Seemingly charming souvenirs. Charming souvenirs. You remember that little one with that little Johnny Reb, and he's proud with his little Confederate flag? Oh, yes. It's a talisman of evil, ladies. Just watch out. As soon as you bring it into the house, you'll start having weird thoughts about cats, dogs, and whether or not they can get along. And it goes from there. One step to the other. Does this paint go with that paint? From the White House of the Confederacy in Richmond, Virginia, which, by the way, is as anti-white as it gets. It is pathetic. Oh, I hate that place. To Stone Mountain, a Georgia cliffside carved with images of Confederate generals carved by devils. Christmas ornaments are among them. And while these keepsakes may seem apolitical, their very circulation enables... they're actually not political. They're not political. But okay. Confederate myths and symbols to become... it enables these symbols to become normal features of people's daily lives because they are our history. And we see in our homes, we share and we want to propagate our sentiment of our love for that history, our love for the South, our love for that particular hue of Western civilization. We want that to move on. We want that to move on. But listen, dear, I know your great-grandmother has passed down this little Confederate ornament from great-grandmother, and then the next, and then that, and it's to you. But now we are going to put it in a kiln. Because what your great-grandmother wanted to do was enslave all black people. My research suggests they can thus desensitize Americans to the destructive nature of such stories and icons. Right. So what they show us, like on the History Channel, about what happened in the South was just like bloodthirsty, blood-curdling. Like every white person was issued a bullwhip. And they were just they just went out into society. And wherever they found non-white people, they just all day long. So wouldn't you know it? That little bauble that says, "Have a Southern Christmas," that's like tempting us. It's like we get a twitch going. And we start making bullwhips. They're crazy. After a white shooter's deadly... Oh, here we go. Connecting it to psychopaths. 2015 massacre of 9 black congregants at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. Activist Bree Newsom scaled the flagpole outside the state capitol to remove the Confederate flag flying there. That Newsom was oddly enough beaten to death by some border crossers thinking Newsom was a piñata. After Newsom's act of civil resistance, then President Barack Obama referred to the Confederate battle flag as a reminder of systemic oppression and racial subjugation. But some in the U.S. and even abroad still see the flag as a symbol of heritage, not hate. And I really don't like that phrase either. I tried for so many years. I was like, just say heritage. Don't invoke in people what the anti-whites, this meme pathogen. Don't do it. Well, we know better than you, Jason. Really? What do you what have you been studying all these years? Crochet? Statues of Confederate generals that dot courthouse lawns. And by the way, one thing, these people are all referring to these things as the battle flag. It's normally you see flying in these places. At South Carolina, I don't think it was the battle flag. I think it's either the naval jack or the flag of the Army of Tennessee, the rectangle one. That's the most popular one because it's beautiful. You got it? 2017, plans to remove a Robert E. Lee statue triggered violence in Charlottesville, Virginia. where white supremacists at the Unite the Right rally killed an activist counter-protester. Is that what happened? Is that what happened? Do you remember me saying we all have to make videos and write essays, and we all have to tell the story of what happened there, or they will tell the story? So to tell the story for us, not to tell the story for the rest of society, but for us. And then crickets. The tragedy spurred more cities, towns, and colleges to remove or relocate Confederate statues seen as offensive. Nationwide debates followed on how best to grapple appropriately with this chapter in American history. Beyond the scope of these national discussions, can we just get to the Christmas tree? Because we're getting near the top of the hour here. I want to see what you all are saying. We're going to take your calls, and we are going to speak to the hot mic moment for Mark and David just this Friday, a couple days ago. As a result, tree ornaments depicting the White House of the Confederacy, a home of General Robert E. Lee, or the carvings of Stone Mountain are not simply mementos of a leisurely visit. Yes, they are. You psychopathic, get your jacket that's tight and white and shut up. These places and people are also icons. Are they, Nicole? Are they? They're also icons of the lost cause, an ideology that romanticizes the Confederacy by portraying the American Civil War, actually it was called the War for Southern Independence, in my opinion, as a battle of states' rights. Actually, that's why they seceded. They actually said. Actually, that's why they said. But never mind why they said. Never mind any of the facts back then, but it's okay. Rather than fight to preserve slavery. Oh yeah. That's what all my relatives were doing. All my poor ass relatives, all my broken poor ass relatives. That's what they did. They were like, you know what? The Steve Jobs of my time, the Elon Musk of my time, I want to preserve their wealth. I want them to just continue to be filthy and rich. So I'm going to go and just join the army and die and be maimed in an age when if you got a deep enough gash on your arm, they cut the SOB off. They just said, oh, you got a boo-boo. Here's a saw. And what did you get? What did you get when they saw that baby off? They saw that puppy off? Some alcohol. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not a drinker. When I have had alcohol, I'm pretty sure I would not be able to handle a limb being sawed off. One stroke at a time. We're not talking about like fast teeth or anything. That's why my relatives went out and fought. Wanted them to be just as much as I would go fight to die and be maimed so that Musk could remain a billionaire. The lost cause, still taught in some Southern schools, demonstrating that the vestiges of the Confederacy are powerful and lasting, like Confederate statues and flags. In other words, what little Nicole here is saying is that we haven't white erased this yet. These are bits that are left. They still have to be white erased. You see, it's a sick, endless drive to victimize white people endlessly, to white erase until there's nothing left of our projections, our creations, our history, and then us. That's what it is. So if you want to say liberal, anti-white liberal. You want to say woke, anti-white woke, because it's just anti-white. So you can use that crutch for as long as you have to. But eventually you just have to say it's anti-white. And by the way, you're going to find out when we come back from the break why that is important for the well-being of every single race of person, all immutable characteristics, all religions who live in the West. It is critically important, and you'll be able to learn about that when we come back. What appears to be a nostalgic trip reminder then is in fact deeply implicated in a complex matrix of memory. She actually wrote that. Oh my God. What appears to be just a little family trip is actually the first steps into the Waffen SS Clan Zutkine division. Will you receive your eye patch? Do you have your eye patch? A matrix, a deeply implicated, a matrix, a complex matrix of memory, history, and racism in the United States. She was breathless when she wrote this part. It's just packed in a seemingly benign way. She seriously wrote that. It's a seemingly benign way. And then you're infected. Christmas ornaments communicate something about the person or the family that displays them. Jawohl, ja, Christmas tree. They reveal their history, passion, and aesthetic taste. That's why mine says to all anti-whites, all of you. That's why it says that right in the window. Right in the window. I'm going to start producing ornaments at the collectibles store, specifically to send a message from your Christmas tree. Not even you. It's just, oh, I know. I saw what my Christmas tree is saying, and I can't do anything with him. Every single time I take those ornaments, he just puts them right back. Trust me, if you talk to your neighbors like that, they will leave you alone. It won't matter what's on your tree. They won't call the police. They won't call the HOA. They'll know. They'll know that you will be problematic moving forward. So pause, says little Nicole, before taking that step into the abyss of evil, purchasing that little bauble that says Happy South Christmas, to consider whether your Christmas tree represents your values. Bad Christmas tree! Out of the house with you! You do not represent my values. Back to the attic with you, Christmas tree. Is there a place where you can send the Christmas tree for anti-white training? Has your Christmas tree been heretical to anti-whiteism lately? Has it posted ornaments facing the yard that give certain fingers to certain members of the obese catwalking community? We can help. We have matches for your house. Does a keepsake from Stone Mountain really belong between an ornament crafted in kindergarten and a glass nutcracker gifted by your grandmother? Actually, yes, because both of those say the South will rise again, baby. And with that, I think we will be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Many people in the right-wing spheres have been discussing the recent revelation that for white people to be hired at State Street Bank, it requires, quote-unquote, special approval. Unsurprisingly, State Street Bank has adopted anti-white hiring practices. While most people and news outlets are focusing on this one company, we here at Westmen Media have cast a wider net. We have found that there are many large employers of all varieties that have anti-white policies in regards to hiring and promotions. Some companies have their own internal divisions that handle their employment and employee relations needs. These are often referred to as human resources departments. However, some companies contract with separate entities that handle much of this work for them, often called recruiters or labor and staff services. We at Westmen Media earlier reported that most universities across the United States have anti-white bureaucracies that play a huge role in acceptance, admissions, employment, and promotions. Universities dishonestly name these departments diversity, inclusion, and equity. A flash of honesty appears when we look at the initials which spell the word DIE. Most major companies and staff and labor services also have anti-white die divisions, where the corporate culture is shaped around anti-white policies. These policies aim for anti-white outcomes and ultimately white erasure. Policies such as the intentional reduction of white staff until no employees are white, the elimination of white employees from promotion consideration, the targeting of white employees when downsizing, and the removal of white applicants from the list of available new hires. They also have policies that require a certain percentage of their suppliers or contractors be non-white. Every year, the percentage increases, resulting in less and less jobs and opportunities for white people. These companies go further in a personal way with their efforts to make whites feel unwelcome by overtly celebrating non-white race-based holidays, but ignoring other holidays, such as English American Heritage Day or Italian American Heritage Month. They ignore these days while simultaneously demonizing white days of remembrance, such as Columbus Day and Thanksgiving. The anti-white company called Glassdoor.com, among others, have compiled lists of the top most anti-white companies. Some of the companies that they quote-unquote honor for their anti-white employment practices are as follows. Rush University Medical Center, because when you want a medical professional, you want someone who got the job for not being white. Visa, because when trusting a company with your social security number and private financial information, you want them to be staffed by people chosen for the fact that they were not white. The list goes on. Here Technologies, Accenture, Novartis, Medtronic, Gap Incorporated, Bristol Myers Squibb, Nestle, Microsoft, Colgate-Palmolive, HP Incorporated, Procter & Gamble, and Coca-Cola, among countless other large corporations that have put die policies front and center and now openly foster anti-whiteism. The next time you hear about a company or university being outed as anti-white, remember this report and point out that it's simply another one to be added to a long list of anti-white institutions. Don't believe us? Go to your search bar, type in just about any major company, and one of the die words. For example, search Apple Inc. Diversity, or search Bank of America Inclusion. You will find that just about every major company has some form of anti-white die policy. Let us know what you find in the comments.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. All right. I know it's not quite a Christmas song, but a lot of married guys say it is. We're going to see what you all are saying, and we're going to talk now about this hot mic moment for Mark and David. How did this happen? Well, Mark is on with David every week, and I don't know if it's a video or a podcast. It might be just audio. And now David is old, but this is not, anybody can make this sort of a mistake. So it's not because of his age. I mean, obviously he still seems quite lucid. But he allowed the recording to continue after he ended the show. And there were a few comments there initiated by Mark and that were unhappy. And David did not know that those were part of the show, part of the recording. And so he processed that audio and then posted it. And we're very lucky that some good people, and I don't know if I should say the name of this woman, because I don't know if there'll be maybe you all know that people who have, like, well-known people who have said that they agree or they side with me or they sympathize with me have also been attacked by these name them types who refer to themselves as goyim, some real sick puppies. So we're going to get to that in just a moment. Let me see what we have. Okay, nothing over on Entropy about Odyssey. Okay, no financial gifts over at Odyssey either, but we have another one of these self-identified goyim who is, of course, with such a tired allegation about my race. And we just had, who was it that sent me the conversation that he was having on a Discord server where he looked up my surname, provided the coat of arms, and then even a guy with the same surname. I don't know if there's any relation to me, but a guy with the same surname who flew in the Luftwaffe. So shut up. Just go away. Away with you. We do have, please get out your raucous emojis. Please, celebratory emojis, 07s, and maybe even some swashbuckling swords and shields, because the great slots, ladies and gentlemen, are resident philosopher, financially gifted, $100 US. God bless you, brother. A true gentleman, scholar, and champion. $100. And the reason why he did it, get this. Now you all are going to think, yes, I'm going to celebrate this champ twice. Financially gifted 100 white well-being dollars, because he says here, I recognized the deed of Western kind art, because I recognized that and we celebrated her. He wanted to celebrate that. What a true hero. God bless you, man. Good guy, good heart, a real champ. Jerome is here and he said it right. Champion. A real champ. Thank you so much. God, slots. Man, thank you. These are regular working class people. Regular working class people. Nobody's rich here. Regrettably, we're working on rich people coming in, but nobody is rich here, regrettably. But it's wonderful to see everybody. I'll take a quick look at the live chat to see what you all are saying. All right. We got somebody promoting Jesus. Nothing wrong with that. We have a lot of diehard Christians in this community. So I think maybe if you want to proselytize, then this is not the place. We already have Christians. Oh, and this person says the meme pathogen human race. There's species, human species. That's species is divided into races, like breeds. And we can see in the instinct different behaviors, in my opinion. I know there are a lot of anti-white professors out there like that historian of theater or theater historian, whatever, that will probably say something different. But I really don't give a shit. I don't. I just don't care. I don't care what they say. I don't care what their facts are. I care about ending the victimization of our people. All right. Sherry is here. James is here. Conscious Bias is here. Vincent B., great to see you. Corey, Catherine Carson, hello to you and welcome. 0022 is with us. What's going on, brother? Promethean promulgation. I think it was you, brother, who said you are old enough to remember when I said on a stream that I would never sing on the streams and make a fool of myself. How little you know about my willingness to make a fool of myself. I only set you up to make a bigger fool of myself. Paul is here. Great to see you. Jason Allen, 2 first names. One of them I really like. All right. What else? Oh, fit and healthy at any age is here. Another swashbuckling champion. Hyperborean Dream. Great to see you. Brand Danger. Dean Danger. School of the West. Montana Kid. We are like, I mean, seriously, think about this. We are like a movie. We're like an epic movie. We have all of these like different characters. I mean, you could think about it as a comic book, but I mean, maybe you can think about it as a comic book, but it's like we're just this totally epic movie. We're writing our own story, and we have these larger than life characters that are part of this story. It's a bunch of us. It's not just one person. It's not just the board, or whatever, the Borg. It's a bunch of champions in their own right. And that's why they came. It's like the silver trumpets sang out the note that only the champions could hear. And then they came. Everybody else, nothing. They're like, you really going? Where are you going? You don't hear that? No. All right, well, then just go keep listening to rap. whatever does your thing, whatever floats your hoopty, whatever floats your lowrider, whatever floats. I saw another one of those videos where they're out there like doing donuts and ran another person over. I mean, this takes a lot of smarts. Stay away from the car doing donuts. White calling Billy the Kid. How about that? Great to see you. Curtis. All right. I don't see any tags for me. So I'm going to go ahead and I see we got some people rolling with. Wasn't that funny with Caleb and Clips? Both of their videos was just hilarious. All right. We got something from Edamon 3 about the pine tree tradition is from medieval Germany. What would like the historian, how would they read that if it were on like the History Channel? Well, there's a couple different ways actually, isn't there? There's like the played down. The pine tree tradition is from medieval Germany, and those people properly never saw a brown person in their lives. As I said earlier, these anti-white, anti-Christian academics can suck my jingle bells. I wish I made that up. Rory Herbert's with us. Did you receive my e-Christmas card featuring my previous Captain General? No, I've got to take a look at that. Elaine Sabatino is here. Okay, here's what we're going to do now. I'm going to take a look because I wrote some things down. So what happened was with the hot mic moment, Mark was on with David, and this was just this Friday, and David concluded the show, but had not stopped and I don't know if is it also live while they're doing it? Perhaps it is. So perhaps even this audio went out live as well. If somebody can tell me, be interesting. Nonetheless, the recording continued for like another minute and a half. And then Mark, believing that the recording had ended, the show had ended, Mark said to David, okay, I can now have you on because I've sacked Jason. And the first thought you might have there is, wasn't David on a handful of times while Jason was there? And Jason's opinion never changed about condemning people on the basis of their birth, only condemning them for their thoughts and deeds. If they choose to be anti-white, then I condemn them. So that was the case the whole time. That didn't change. But anyhow, he told David that he could have David on now. It'd be easier to have David on. Perhaps he was not talking about me. Perhaps he was talking about the audience. He was thinking, if I had you on while Jason was still there, then this audience that hates him to the ends of time, to the ends of the sea. Somewhere beyond the sea, she's there waiting for me. My lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing. Okay, so hate me to the ends of time. That's another song. I won't do that, though. So Nancy Drew says she likes the singing. Thank you. I appreciate that. So maybe he was talking about this audience, that they would all go crazy and they would be maybe demanding of Duke to confront me and to slander me as well, or something of this nature. These folks are really unhinged bunch. And we're going to talk about why that is in a moment. But so he tells David, now that I've sacked Jason, which if you're not familiar with this English slang, that means fired. Now that I've sacked him, it'll be easier to have you on. I believe that's how it was worded. Maybe not exactly. So I will tell you all, and this would be something that I'm not going to share a bunch of private conversations that I've had with Mark. And I'm going to give you my opinion about it and the whole thing in a moment. But because of this statement, which is now out there, and I am deeply grateful to those who reached out with this information. And I'm being told, Kate messaged me that the show has been taken down. Is that true? Has the show been taken down? Of course, that would be too late. The self-identified Goyim would have captured that audio, and they would have come over here had I not known, and they would have been in not the YouTube chat, maybe just to say in the YouTube chat, hey, check out Odyssey or check out D-Lot. And then I would look over there and it would say, Mark said all these things about you. And I would, in total disbelief, thinking Mark would never say that. No, Mark didn't say that, liar. And then they would say, oh, there's audio. And they would take great pleasure in seeing my unease and seeing the doubting of myself. They enjoy pain in others. That's why they would do that. So they're not going to be able to do that tonight. Even though they're trying. They're not going to be able to do it because I know. I will share how we came to the conclusion that he was going to continue the show by himself. I have said openly, I made a gab, I made a tweet saying that I was forced off of the show. And at root, it's because I won't demonize a people, in this case, the Jewish people, on the basis of their birth. I will only condemn people on the basis of their actions and their ideas, their words. And so, an evidence of that is that I have said anti-white Jew, and also specifying was required for clarity, anti-white white person, anti-white black person. But saying anti-white Jew wasn't enough for them. I don't know why you're saying the anti-white ones, but they are like, no, it's got to be all of them. And like the innocent, the ones who are not anti-white. Okay. But so I said I was forced off of PWR. Now, what happened, of course, was, you all know, I had condemned. They all talk about this rant of mine. Very proud of it, where I pushed back against these self-identified goyim, name them people, because of the harm they do to advocacy for white well-being. These people do zero to undermine powerful anti-white, in this case Jews, but zero to undermine any anti-whites. Zero. But they are 99% successful in running off ordinary, productive, hardworking, tax-paying, law-abiding white people. 99% effective. Anti-whites in power could not, and these fuckers are doing it free. I mean, I don't know. Some of them might be getting paid. You better be getting paid. But they wildly successful over all of these decades that I'm in this thing. I'm watching how successful they are running off ordinary, 99% success rate, running off ordinary people that we need, making it impossible to have advocacy for white well-being without it being predicated by harming another group of people. And you say, well, what's the harming? Anything they object to. These people are always like, they just want to, and that actually goes to another thing that Mark said in a moment. These people are always so disingenuous and prevaricate. Well, no, I don't mean this. I don't mean that. I don't want this to happen to those people or that to happen to those people. But they all would be very unhappy, and they have when I've confronted them with this. What if you tell everybody that in the country, in the West, that this group is in total control, and all of the millions of our white brothers and sisters say, so what? Are you happy with that outcome? No, they're not happy with that outcome. Well, then what do you want to have done to these people? And by the way, our brothers and sisters, they do say, so what? Dice made a video about Kanye West talking about how Jim Gaffigan told a joke while he was on stage. There's a great example of endless examples of this, where Gaffigan said that people come up to him, and if you don't know the stand-up comedian, he's very fair-skinned, very blonde. And he said they come up to him and they say, you look like Hitler Youth. And then he says they ask him about, what do you think about Jews? And then in this bit, Gaffigan says, what do you think about Judaism, not Jews? And he says, I think it's perfect. And everybody laughs. And then he says, because I want to work again. And everybody laughs. And then he says, and I hope to get some feature league films. And everybody laughs. So everybody doesn't care. Everybody doesn't care. And you're doing everything you can to destroy me for something that everybody does. They don't care how much power they have. They will care about anti-whites. Anyhow, where was I? It was a tangent. So I had made these objections and told these people to just leave us alone, stop coming into my live chat, stop trying to hit up the people in this community on Gab and elsewhere to get them, they were planning this out, to get them to leave this community, these self-identified Goyim ones. And I had that rant to tell them to piss off. And then all of this pressure was exerted. And I said on Mark, and I wrote Mark a number of options of different paths that we could pursue about how to remedy this. And one of those remedies was me leaving the show and citing that, so many of these people just hate me. I've been putting up with 3 years of just this endless Billingsgate. That's what it is. Look it up. It's endless Billingsgate from these swine who they show up and it's just every time they see me, think about me, I'm not there. They're going to say something. It's another lie. It's another just filthy, lowbrow slander, obloquy. And so I didn't see this getting better. And so I said, at a minimum, I suggested we should take a 4-week break and then reevaluate. So we could have a show where we tell people, hey, you're going to take a 4-week break, and then we're going to reevaluate. Mark called. We had a very cordial conversation, and we agreed to that. And then normally when I, on PWR Wednesdays, I get to this spot with like 60 seconds left before showtime. I'm not like hanging out and just like screwing off. I get here like 60 seconds and I'm just, so the whole way, I get there, I sign in so I can be there on time. I sign in and Mark was most grave. You could tell he had a real burden on his shoulders. And then he said, hey, mate, how you doing or whatever. And I said, all right, well, we're going to face it. We'll see that this happens. I'll explain to people where I'm coming from and where they are being lied to or misunderstanding or whatever. And it was under 20 seconds before we went live. Mark said, all right, from now on, I'm going to do the show alone. So I found out that what we had agreed to, the 4-week hiatus and then reevaluate, which may have meant, for me, I was going to evaluate, am I going to go back to that? Or are they going to continue with this? And Mark was going to evaluate, is it possible to continue? So the outcome was almost certainly going to be the same. But, I found out with 20 seconds or less that Mark had just made the decision and that he was going to continue. And I still went through the show, and you can watch that show, that final episode. Went through with the show in a very cordial, respectful of Mark and the good folks in that audience and the good folks at PA, even though I just received that news. And I surmised that it was just because of the overwhelming, I don't know. I can't read Mark's mind. And if I say that, well, he's getting a lot of pressure, then the people who are pressuring him are going to conclude that Mark doesn't agree with us and it might make it worse for Mark. So I don't know. Who knows? That's how that happened, the sacking. Then Mark went and said to David that I was saying unkind things about Mark. Now, that is patently false. I have not said anything unkind about Mark. I did say that I thought it was wrong for him to read the super chat of the doxer and to read a super chat from a sexually disgusting, mentally diseased person with a sexual accusation that was repulsive. I thought that was wrong. But I have not spoken badly about Mark. So whoever he received that from, and Mark, if you hear these words, whoever you receive that from, you should maybe get rid of that person because they're lying to you. Now, what I did do was something that I have not allowed before, and that is that I allowed people to share their opinions, negative opinions about Mark vis-a-vis the breakup, the end of my time on PWR. And I thought that was appropriate. I had never allowed people to slander Mark. But on the other side, for the past 3 years, Mark has allowed people to slander me. And always just said, well, just look over it. Just overlook it. Just ignore it. And it was all over all over his platforms, just the most vile accusations and claims, not just like I heard somewhere, but I know for certain Jason does this with prostitutes, that sort of thing. So I allowed people to share their opinions. I wasn't going to get in the way of that. So if that is what Mark is considering me saying unkind things about him, well, I mean, there's no comparison. 3 years of baseless accusations and handful of messages about his visible statements and behavior, that are negative, no comparison there. The other thing that he said, and this is where David jumped in, was that I had said that the Name Them crowd wants to kill Jews. Now, the first thing I want to make crystal clear, there was never a moment when Mark ever said anything about harming anyone. Not Jewish people, not white people, to me, or in my presence. Never. He never said in my presence, that would have been a big problem. He never said, oh, well, these people's, they're just desserts or nothing like that. Because I never. So as far as I'm concerned, that's not in his heart. He doesn't think that. He does not think that a whole group of people deserves to be harmed, and he's not said that they deserve to be harmed. And my contacts, my very brief contacts, all public contacts with Duke, he's never said anything like that either. He never said that he wants to harm them. He's never said that they should be harmed or anything of that nature. There would have been a big problem for me if he had said that. So just to be very crystal clear about that. Now, having said that, there are people, and we all know it's true, especially the self-identified Goyim, name them people, who clearly want to murder Jews. It is undeniable. They have names like Gas or Wood Chipper. Now, I'm not saying that they would actually kill or murder anyone, but it's clear that they would like to maybe be able to do it, or would like somebody else to do it, but they clearly want it. I mean, they're saying it. They say these things in their avatar names, but this is a small percentage, these really foul, degenerate, and by the way, some of them, Arabic flags you find on their screen names elsewhere. Not saying that they're Arabs. Maybe they're identifying with Arabs. Maybe they are. But there are definitely these people who would like to physically harm Jews, even though I don't get the impression that they personally could or would. And they also have this imagery on like their screen banners. And how are they allowed to be on platforms where it's like somebody's getting ready to murder someone? Some like cartoon characters getting ready to murder another one, and they've got like some sort of symbol on the murderer and some sort of symbol on the murderee. So to say, can you believe it? And that's what Mark said to David. Can you believe? And to that, David said, oh, it's sad. So sad. And then David implied, by the way, that it's more effective. So there's an implication there that that the no white guilt guy is somehow a subverter, because only a subverter would acknowledge that. No, I'm here with love, hope, and redemption for my people, buddy. And that's sickness. I don't want to see that. I don't want ordinary white folk, nurses and truck drivers and etc. showing up and having some degenerate turd flash up on screen with Zio Killer as his screen name, and then saying something like all of them for the oven and shit like that. So yeah, that's a problem. That's clearly a person that wants them dead on the basis of their race or peoplehood, because I know there are multiple races inside. Not only that, but this is what I think the comment that Mark says, and you had like a nice word for me, because I said that there are these name them types out there who want to kill Jews. I think this is where this comes from, because there's a group in the Northeast United States, centered in the Northeast United States, that just a couple of weeks ago entertained talk about rants. You want to bitch about my rant that these psychos are ruining the good we could do for our brothers and sisters. There was a rant that this group entertained that was calling for the individual murder, saying that he wanted to do it. And there was no sense of irony. Like, that would be a disgusting joke anyhow. But there was no laughter. He wasn't laughing. He didn't like assume a posture and roll and then was like, that's funny. And I just told a really lowbrow funny thing. He was like pissed and saying absolutely murder them. He says, I want to look in their eyes and watch the lights go out. So if I can't comment on that and say that's a name them person wanting to murder Jews, like it's got to be kept a secret or something. No, it's a sickness that needs to be combated. We need to articulate that, and fine for these people. You notice, by the way, that I make arguments. I'm not giving you that person's name. I'm not even giving you that organization's name. I'm making an argument here and not doing all of the sort of the, you can't even call it infighting, because there are two totally different objectives for them and for us. But I want to turn my sights on, I'm going to make my arguments for this community and have my sights always on anti-whites. So I'm not, well, you could say it this way. I don't want to perpetuate or start feuds. I'm going to make arguments. So I'm not giving you that person's name, not telling you the organization. If you really want to know, you can go out there and look for it. That's not my thing. But clearly, there are different objectives. So for those folks, they definitely have an objective, born in, out of, and a derivative of being an orbiter or a satellite around the Jewish people, a shadow of their identity. And that's not us. That's not me. My objective is white well-being, putting an end to the victimization of our people. And therefore, I name our enemy or victimizer anti-whites. Anti-whiteism is their ideology. So maybe that's what Mark was talking about. But he was, me pointing that out, that some of these name them ones, want to murder Jews. And I don't think that individual could actually murder somebody. I could be wrong. But my guess is that he was just pissed off, and he spends his life, much of it, focused on these folks. It's like a bad child or a bad pet. You just it keeps angering you again and again, same thing. And eventually you're like, I'm going to kill the dog or whatever. So the last thing I want to say on this, and we're going to move along, is that, believe it or not, I'm not angry with Mark for this. You kind of suspect, for most people, in a pressure scenario like this, unfortunately, that even though I am not going to succumb to that sort of thing, most people, many people, with the pressure on them, they're going to want to look big. They're going to want to look big. They're going to want to look tough. They're going to want to look in charge. They're going to want to look like they made they're going to want to look whatever it might be. They've got to say things to other players to maybe satisfy them. Like maybe Mark had to say X, Y, or Z to satisfy something David was upset about. I don't know. Maybe he had to say it to satisfy somebody that the two of them knows, or group that the two of them know. I don't know. Maybe also there's a possibility here that Mark, he's very busy, and he's probably getting much or even all of this information, this erroneous information, from other people, maybe folks in PA, maybe folks in like specialized groups within PA, maybe folks outside of it, maybe some of these people who self-identify as Goyim, and they're giving him a very gross, a very ugly, and a very false representation of me and what we're doing. I mean, for God's sakes, surely he heard about his gift that I got him, where it's the two warbirds and I'm flying in the wingman position, and I wrote on the picture for him, send that off. Maybe he did, but if this is the case, if you're getting most of this information from other people, then you really need, and you're being steered this far wrong, you really need to never speak to these folks again. You really need to just, I mean, they're intentionally misleading you to manipulate you. And maybe that's the way it happened. Or maybe Mark actually thinks these things. I have no way of saying for sure. But if that's the case, given the evidence, then I think it's an unhappy conclusion. I'm going to continue handling this, I don't know, this like feud from these people. I'm going to continue handling it with magnanimity and equanimity. And I'm going to continue trying to just put the crosshairs, the metaphorical crosshairs of roses and love on the anti-whites and the recapture of our destiny. So I don't want this to instigate more back and forth. I'm not holding anything against Mark. I will continue to make arguments within this community, and I will continue to demean and mock and expose ideas and behaviors that undermine individual white people who believe themselves to be advocates for our people, because I want those people to go right in their lives. I want them to become strong and whole and effective in service to white well-being, if that's their objective. And so I will continue to do that here. And those folks, if they don't like that I make these arguments, they don't like that I ridicule and mock behaviors and ideas, don't listen to me. You don't have to convert me. It's never going to happen to name them lunacy. I am naming them the anti-whites. I am naming anti-whites. I am, and for those also who go this direction of you've got to have an enemy to unite, and I make the argument all the time, and these people don't seem to get it, that you have to have a people before an enemy can unite, before a victimizer can unite the people, weld them. And more specifically, what you want is not just a uniting, but a galvanizing. You want action. So the thing that I rarely touch upon is that we do have an other. We call that other anti-whites. Those are the anti-whites. Now, it plays a smaller role. We don't center the anti-whites for various reasons that I talk about here. You could imagine the exact same thing that these self-identified Goyim do, where they just orbit Jewish people. You could imagine people doing the same thing with the concept anti-white, put it in the center of their story, orbit it all the time, talk about it all the time. That's all there is. Doom document, doom dissect, doom divine. That's all there is. We're not going to do that. But we have a victimizer. We are at the same time developing the people so that we can not just unite, but galvanize. And so that's really all I wanted to say about that. So I can go on. I'll see if you all are saying anything. But what we're going to talk about next as part of the Go Free lesson of the day is intimately connected to the conversation I was just having, which is AIDS. Have you heard about AIDS? The CDC will be talking about it soon, I hope. Victorian Time Traveler says that picture of the Mustang and the Spitfire flying together was one of the most touching and thoughtful gifts I have ever seen. Thank you so much for that, Victorian Time Traveler. Yeah, I felt it was really poignant. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Popcorn Power asking about Yades. It is capital Y, lowercase e, capital D, capital S. Yades. It's pronounced Yades. And a lot of people are suffering with it. So let me scroll up and see what you all had to say. Yeah, that audio was going to, that hot mic audio was going to end up everywhere. And even if they had deleted it today, even if Duke had deleted it today, it was going to be, it already, you know, was saved and was going to be posted everywhere. They're going to be videos. They're going to make like compilation videos. They have nothing else to do except destroy what could be the only sphere, the white positive sphere, us, solely focused on white well-being. To destroy that sphere. So what are those folks really up to? We have a financial gift talking about Christians, the one and only I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting $10 US. Thank you so much. And she does, as always, I love Jesus Christ writes for white well-being. Bless you, sister. Thank you for that. Popcorn Power says the show is back up with the hot mic down now. So you mean down? You mean it was edited out? He took off that hot mic segment? Heidi is here. Great to see you. People are reaching out and they're really, they're disgusted. They're really disgusted with what Mark had to say and with what Duke had to say. And these folks that are reaching out are fans of those guys. Heidi says, hello, just got on. I need a better notification system for your shows. Heidi, I am on Telegram. I am on Gab. I am on Twitter. YouTube is probably not the best place. You could try one of those. The Telegram should always work, right? I hope. Marlene is here. Is there nothing that No Why Guilt is not good at? Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you for that. And the answer is no. I'm good at everything. Jerome said, I love when Jason sings. Well, that's really nice. Thank you. Actually, I will tell you all, I'm only doing the singing because I want to be in the Christmas mood, and I want to have fun, and it's fun. But I have, for some unknown reason, I have an illness coming on. I can't fathom how this would happen. I'm very confused about it, but it's all like there. It's all there. And when there's like the phlegm is back there and it's sore and kind of inflamed, the possibility of the voice cracking and doing like something weird, like maybe I'm 14, is high. And especially because it's just a dad voice. I don't train. Obviously, you can tell as a singer. So that's usually pretty funny when that happens. I've made myself laugh pretty good, especially when I've been alone and I'm just like singing out with a song. Then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, decides another. Have you had that happen? You're like singing, everything's going good, for whatever your level is, right? Everything's going good. And then all of a sudden it's just like, ah! And you, where did that come from? Dr. Lawson says, what do you think of Yay 24? I think it is bunkum. I think it is the most asinine thing imaginable. And I mean this in the most empathetic way that I can. These people are suffering with AIDS. And I will tell you what that is in just a moment. But Elaine says Hales. But they're suffering with AIDS. And you should probably just dismiss them now when they show up. And they are some fervent little bitches. You know, they're just like fervent little bitches. They're like little dogs, just like, blah, 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 blah. You know, they're like somebody walking down the street and they got like 8 little dogs. And it's one of these dog walking. Have you seen them? They're in the district. And they're just 8 little dogs, dog walkers. And they're like various sizes of like pipsqueak dog. And they get near you, and they're just like, one turns its attention on you, and then the rest of them, they all run over like with their barking. And you're like, get away. I could just swat you all out into the street, and that would be the end. One semi going by, it would all be over. That's what these people are like to me. So I think it's just to say, hey, look, you have AIDS. It's going around. And I don't want to catch it. It's terminal for your intellect. Corey says Duke's been on PWR many times with Jason. Yeah, precisely. So, like, Mark may have been saying that. Maybe Mark was putting Duke off for a while and just blame me. There was a guy who is either in charge. I have no interest in looking into like these really profane criminal. I have no interest in these groups. But somehow the guy who's in charge of that got the impression that he's not been allowed on PWR because of me. So maybe Duke, you know, wanted to be on earlier and he just hasn't worked out for some reason. And then Mark says, okay, well, now that Jason's gone, or maybe it were other people that maybe they both know. Who knows the dynamic? I don't know. Pants is here. Great to see you, brother. But this, I don't know if it could be, I guess feud. You could call it a feud. We didn't start the feud. It was always going since the world's been. So no, I didn't start the feud. I didn't change. You all know I didn't change. I got angry at the Yades. And maybe you could refer to the individual people now as Yades as well. Because it's this nuisance. Brown is here. That is who is that? Corey, hello. Great to see you. Ultra Testosterone, great to see you. Chris is here. Hello. Lead Reckoning, hello and welcome. It's been in the white sympathetic sphere forever, and it's been the ruin of it. And imagine being in my shoes. Here I am with Love, Hope, and Redemption. As we reach the top of the hour, I'm pushing back with Love, Hope, and Redemption. I'm bringing the best out of a lot of antag, which is, if you don't know what the antag is, that's a person who is playing the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, which these name them people are playing their antags, and bringing people out of that, bringing people to like Western kind art experience and so many others. And also influencing so many others who don't come over to something more positive, more loving, more meaningful, and focused on us, influencing that. And it's been this like years and years and years of backbreaking, pushing back, trying to bring people out of their self-destruction. And then in the blink of an eye, thanks to Kanye West, it's all like all that effort, not the people that we've actually brought over here, but all the influencing other groups, other spheres in a positive sense, gone in the night, in an hour. It was just unreal. It was like being a guy who built your cabin that you live in. A mudslide comes along, takes that cabin out, and you spend year after year after year digging your way out of it, building a new cabin, and you don't have a cabin yet. You don't have, but you're making progress. You've had a lot of hard-won progress. And then all of a sudden, another mudslide. And it's worse than before. Because now you got people from different circles inside the white sympathetic sphere even flying in with their demand that I become subservient to this black nationalist rapper, Ye. With these asinine, the most basic asinine argument. And actually, we'll get to that. I'll get to it right now. That was made by it was made by a guy during the or a girl. I don't know, who the actual account holder is. The exact same argument that all these people are making. That don't you think that if somebody says the contrary to what is held and believed by everybody else, that there's been some progress made? Absolutely not. I have been arguing and articulating this and demonstrating it with proofs and reason and logic for decades. Absolutely not. You think that you're going to take a person that has learned from their birth all the way up to that moment, X, and in that moment, you're going to say to them, why? And by the way, they've also learned that why means pure and unadulterated evil. And then that's going to be your moment to talk to them. And then they're going to go back to a lifelong of learning, X again, that you've influenced the conversation. That is midget wittery that is beyond reckoning. You have confirmed the anti-white narrative. You've confirmed it. You've made the anti-white narrative stronger, not weaker, because they're smart enough to know that they're going to give you what to say. They're going to associate it with the most despicable things. And then when you go say it, that confirms the anti-white belief that folks are holding. It doesn't move the needle in some other direction. I can't, it's hard to fathom such lowbrow thinking. But here's what somebody who took the name Tim Weiss had to say. No white guilt. Do you not understand how influencing the national conversation for a few moments might cause massive change to ripple throughout the world? And you call yourself an intellectual? This is what this prick wrote me. The end of the show, I didn't have time to respond. Here's what I have to say to this prick. Saying or stating opinions that all living people have been programmed to believe are the most heinous opinions about the most heinous of people and the most heinous of governments responsible for the most heinous of acts does not help white well-being. Period. How dumb. I learned this as a kid, passing out leaflets. Maybe because you've done nothing for white well-being. Maybe that's why you can't put 2 and 2 together to see it's 4. You put 2 and 2 together and you think it's 22. When you deliver leaflets and you're wasting your time with garbage material, house after house after house, store after store after store, and you begin thinking about the time you're wasting, and you look at the garbage and you say, this is a moment. Like Tim Weiss is saying here, a few moments. This is a moment in front of this person of contradiction to a lifetime of education, a contradiction that confirms that education. And then I was smart enough to say, aha, that light bulb went off. Of course, the light bulb for me is a supernova sun. That went off, and I thought, oh no, I've got to use, not just in judo fashion, I've got to use the strength of the anti-whites, and I have to make it my strength. And that's what I've done. And you're going to come here and tell me endless and absolute endless insolence from these contemptible wretches. You've done nothing. You've done Kanye. And these are people with like SS in their names and etc. So these are all people who would probably proudly call themselves neo-Nazis, probably proudly call themselves white supremacists, probably proudly call themselves racist. You know, they proudly call themselves Goyim. And they're going to come to me worshiping Kanye West, saying that he's done more for the world and for everybody. All right. Let's roll. Let's roll. Paul is here. What's Yades? What is Yades? Pronounced or spelled capital Y, lowercase e. You get it? Yay. Capital D, capital S. Pronounced Yades. The Yay derangement syndrome. Part of it is a textbook clinical group psychosis, aka folie à deux, that has afflicted much of the sphere. Yay is the inducer, but there's a twist. If you have Yades, this tweet is not for you. And yet I still had people, these Yades sufferers, reaching out. So to complain, to slander me, to tell me I haven't done anything and no work for our people. I've accomplished nothing for our people. What scum? So I would suggest to all of you to use Yades when you come up against these people. They can't hear reason and logic. They're impervious to it. When you have Yades, you are impervious to reason, logic, and evidence. Like what I just described there in my response to Tim Weiss. They can't hear. They can't hear. It's still moving the dial. He disagreed. And by the way, to reference what I was talking about earlier with Dice's video, that what Jim Gaffigan was saying, what they said on Saturday Night Live back in the 80s. Do you remember back in the 80s? Dice shared the clip from Saturday Night Live. Everybody was acting like it was such a big thing, and everything's changed now, especially that really small thinker, Dirty Fuentes. And it's funny, I think, that he would be such a small thinker being in a 10-year-old's body. Kind of makes sense. But for him, since he's so focused at his own navel, he believes everything's happened in his lifetime. Everything of any substance whatsoever happened in his lifetime. And so he's this, who was it? Who was the comedian that was on Saturday Night Live? And he made a little joke all the way back in the 80s. I think it was in the 80s. I don't think it was in the 90s. What was this guy's name? He had a TV show for a while. He was doing the news on Saturday Night Live. And Marlon Brando had made the accusation that Jews control Hollywood. Marlon Brando. All right? Marlon Brando. All of these little turds bouncing around out there, all these little Yades sufferers, it's never been done. It's never been done. Nothing like this has ever happened. Marlon Brando is considered by many to be one of the most, if not the best actor to live in modern time. And Marlon Brando outright said, he didn't say these agents and the agents are all Jews. No, he said, Marlon Brando said, Jews control Hollywood. So it never happened before? Oh, okay. So Norm Macdonald was that guy's name. You can look it up. You could just go watch Dice's video from the other day. Norm Macdonald telling the news about Brando making this statement. I think he was on that show. He made it on that show where it was that old guy, and they had it set up so that they were really in proximity. They're like this when they're talking. I don't know why. But anyhow, so Norm Macdonald says, Marlon Brando the other day issued an apology for saying that Jews run Hollywood. And the Jewish community was so happy that they said Marlon is free to work again. That was on Saturday Night Live all the way back then. And you know what people thought about this statement? They don't care. Our brothers and sisters don't care. So these people, they're looking at like this clip that, in fact, Duke and Mark looked at the end of that show, which had the hot mic on the end. They played this video of some anti-white Jewish guy saying that, that Kanye West is saying these things, and so his community has to retaliate, essentially, to put an end to the things he is saying. And then Duke was absolutely elated that, whoa, they can stop people from work. They're just confirming. Hey, listen up. No one cares. No one cares when a community of people defends themselves. No one cares when that community of people has a lot of power when they defend themselves. No one simply cares. Maybe you don't like it, that is, nobody cares, but it's just a reality. I've accepted that. That doesn't make me a Fed. That doesn't make me a user of prostitutes and all this other bullshit that you scum spew out onto the world about me. I've accepted that no one cares. These people have been saying these things forever. Oh, they've got a lot of power. Our brothers and sisters say, so what? Well, they retaliate when you slander them. Our brothers and sisters say, so what? Oh, they've just proved it. This will go nowhere. 100%. We're going to be 6 months from this, 1 year from this, and all these AIDS sufferers, just like Andrew Yang. Do you remember the Yang Tang that I created? That these people, they were just drinking up the piss out of Andrew Yang. It will be just like that. These AIDS sufferers, it's going to go away, and then it's going to be all of for people like me, it's going to be like, oh, well, Jason, it was because of you and others like you. And they'll, throw me in with a bunch of anti-white conservative thinkers or something. It was because of you that this didn't go any further. No, it's because you're an imbecile. It's because you have a disgusting objective. Whatever it is, your objective is in some way. I know you're going to move that goalpost all over the place. In some way, it's something that Jewish people would find negative for them. All right. So you can't move that goalpost. I mean, there are going to be Jewish people out there that are even going to not like saying that they control all things and they cause all harm. And that you would then say, well, that's all. I just wanted to point that out. And now I'm just going to leave. Okay. Well, they would still dislike that. So it's some measure of negative that you want for them. I'm this way. You're like looking this way. You're like focused on them. I am looking this way. I want white well-being. This is all I'm focused on. And they don't get it. They don't get it. So the other part of the thing that I wanted to share with the Go Free lesson of the day is that there has been a very clear dividing line, hasn't there? This Kanye West has really just demonstrated for us that there is a very clear dividing line between our objective and the objectives of maybe all or almost all other white sympathetic groups out there. I'm not saying all because I'm not in all of the different groups' business. But, I've gone over the years, I've been to almost every type of group. And the ones I didn't go to were the ones that would definitely be solely focused on harming another group of people. That was just like patent. And that was just like not going there. So the others, though, I've gone to, they might have, say, for example, like a European spirituality or religion type event. And you go there and you have like the talk about the god or gods and the particular, like you drink from the horn on this day, whatever. And that's all, it's all cool. It's their thing. But then as soon as it gets to the sociopolitics, it's right to the same name them sort of crap. So I'm not saying all, but it's a lot. And I hope my influence there, our influence, hasn't been erased by Kanye West. But it really has drawn a very stark line between what we do and what others do based on the different objectives. Our objective is white well-being. Think about this. We center our people. We center our race. We're making a people out of it. We center our people, and we invite people of all races to combat with us the anti-whiteism that victimizes us, and in so doing destroys the Western countries for people of all immutable characteristics, religions, etc. So we say, we are our focus. Everybody is welcome. Please help us combat what's victimizing us and destroying America, Canada, etc. Estonia. Please help us, because we have to stop this to put an end to the destruction of these countries. The other's objective, clearly, I'm forced out. I'm forced out because I won't take part. So what is that objective that I object to? Focusing on another group of humanity, orbiting that group, doom documenting them, doom dissecting them, doom divining them, and with one's arguments, using pretexts about the victimization of whites or whatever it is, hoping to arrive at some negative outcome for that group of people. Totally 180-degree different outcomes. 180-degree different objectives. So this I need you to know. We are it. There may be no place else to go for white well-being, for our normal brothers and sisters in their hundreds of millions. I hate to have to tell you that. But when they show up, they need, and they're going to be showing up more and more as things get worse and worse. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to show up and then suddenly something else will materialize to combat anti-whiteism. No, only look at our once great country of South Africa to see that that doesn't happen. Our brothers and sisters are going to show up. And so will other people of other races, other backgrounds. They're going to show up and they're going to say, in their honesty, I can see this is all targeting white people. And we're going to get into the defense that is made, because you're going to need this when you have conversations with a lot of nationalists and patriotic white brothers and sisters out there. They're going to show up at the white sympathetic sphere, which is a phenomenon. I think a lot of people are kind of losing what these things mean. It's a phenomenon. They're going to show up at this phenomenon and they're going to say, okay, what's going on? How do we combat this harm that's being done? We may be the only sane, good, moral folks. And if in this community, and if we are not there, big enough, bright enough, loud enough, proud enough, loving enough, they won't see us. Do you know why? Because what's going to happen is what has always happened. They're going to show up at the white sympathetic sphere, and then a bunch of people calling themselves Goyim are going to come screaming and belching and farting and puking up into their faces. And they're going to say, this all comes from one source, and you have to hate him. We'll tell you everything you need to know about why you need to hate them, why you need to condemn this group. And obviously non-white people, the vast majority of them are going to say, F this, I'm out of here. And clearly the vast majority of good, ordinary white folk turn and run. So in our community, we are centering white people, and we invite people of all races and religions to come help us combat anti-whiteism to save Western countries for us all. In the other objective, sort of name them communities, and if I'm getting anybody wrong, then make an argument in your community about how I'm wrong, and I will address how you think I've gone off the rails with my depiction. But in those communities, what have we just seen? We have seen yades. We have seen groups of people, circles, that as long as violent, criminal, it could be black nationalists, it could be Arab groups, it doesn't matter what it is, could be Asian cults. If they show up and they say that they're hating on the jaywalkers and they want to name them, these folks immediately say, brothers in arms. Brothers in arms. You know who they don't say brother in arms to? The white guy who opposes the anti-whites of the group that they focus on. So they don't just opposing the anti-whites in the group that they orbit and focus on. That's not enough. But you can be of another race, and you could be psychotic. You could be of another religion. You could be of a crazy religion. If you want to target this group of people, they call you brothers. They say, I think this guy's doing a really great thing. I'll overlook all of the white women he's had sex with. I'll overlook all the anti-white statements. Two completely different. So the point I'm driving that you really have to take, if you're in service to white well-being, you've taken up the Go Free practice, is that we might be it. You want to walk away. You want to get tired. You want to say this is too hard. You want to say, I'm gonna take like a 6-month break rather than just throttling back or whatever it is. Realize we might be it for Western kind. There might be no others that can serve as a normal, loving repository of a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us, not only of concepts of repository, but of human capital, valuable human capital. We might be it. So think about that. The next time you want to have like some argument with others who are serving white well-being, or you're thinking about quitting, or you're thinking about taking time off, that's the responsibility on your shoulders. You found us, whether you like it or not. You found us. You've learned, you've observed, you've assimilated. And now if you walk away, or you decide you're just going to have some back and forth, some angry back and forth with some other practitioners or whatever it might be, you're walking away from what might be the only community for the ordinary millions of our brothers and sisters that need us. So I want to say, and I guess a great point to say, that at Christmas, Yule time of year, I always like to point out that it is a real blessing and a real power of a real just sign of those who put the biospirit of the West first. Now, remember, if you believe in a creator, whether it's some old European religion or Christianity or whatever it is, you believe in a creator, then you believe that the creator created our biospirit. That means he or it wants it to be. That means you are responsible for its well-being. You are responsible for that fire moving from one generation to the next to the next. And that is not just spitting out kids. Certainly not in this day and age. You are responsible for maintaining it. That is his gift to you. Whether you think it's 1 or 20 or 500 of them, that's the gift to you. So if you get muddied with the notion that, oh no, he comes first, irrespective of what happens to us, you are deeply sinning. If you believe that and the definition here is that the he then is something that is supernatural, beyond your ability to control, and that you will enjoy for eternity. So something beyond this world where he put you. So you could certainly make the argument that what he wants, and that's the argument I'm making, whether it's European ancient claimed origins or Christianity or whatever, is that he wants you to be. And so that means, as we are in the real world camp of the saints, as we are in the real world Alamo, that we have to stand shoulder to shoulder with people who won't agree with us on religion, who won't agree with us on economics, who won't agree with us on politics, who won't agree with us on wildlife, the environment. But we have to stand there. For he that created our biospirit, that is the most important thing. You can't touch the creator except by touching yourself. So it is always, this time of year, I like to remember when people come together with different religious and atheists and different political, and we come together and we serve white well-being together so that we can secure our destiny again. Because there is no other way. Sectarianizing is a sin. That's not just a concept in the Go Free. It is a sin. So I want to salute everybody who comes together. Now, I've told you all, over the years, it's almost like cyclical. Over the years in the white sympathetic sphere, there are these like falling out and then they come back together. Sometimes it's like what, of course, they would refer to as pagan and Christian, they fall apart. But then they're also falling apart of different, these European or pagan groups as well. And then they it's like this idea kind of gets moving that I have to trim this tree back in order to have this divine intervention. The divine intervention doesn't happen, and then they come back together. And I was instrumental back in the day of really pushing hard for these different groups to come together. And it was really great when we started having at conferences, you had people who were clearly not Christian and people who were clearly atheists and people who were clearly Christian. And they were coming together and they were saying, this we have to do first. This has clearly got to be done first. So I salute everybody who's working together and overcoming those disagreements. And when it comes to those folks, and this is the final thing, and when it comes to, dealing with each other, but more importantly, we are speaking increasingly to our brothers and sisters who are nationalists, who are patriots, who are in the white sympathetic sphere, but implied. In other words, when they move out of that rabidly anti-white area and they white flight somewhere else, they say, oh, it's just because of the schools. I love the diversity at the schools. They might villainy signal that. When you know very well they left because it was anti-white. We talk to a lot of those people. And they are, because of the anti-white narrative, they are fearful of objecting to the victimization of Western kind, a demonstration of how powerful the anti-white narrative is, right? They also are very concerned, thanks to the anti-white narrative and to those name them self-identifying Goy and Goyim types of folks. They are very scared that our well-being, when somebody starts talking about it, it means the harm of non-white people. And they don't want to harm anybody. They don't want to harm non-white kids. They like the non-white family that lives on the street. They went to college with a non-white guy, and the guy was a great guy. He came and picked him up when the car broke down. It just they served in the service with the non-white woman, whatever. They got friendships. They don't want to see harm come to these people. And it shouldn't. Not for our well-being. It should get better for them. That's the only way it's going to work. And of course, that doesn't mean an anti-white definition of what better means for non-white groups. So what we have to be able to articulate to these people is that all of the harm that is done to Western civilization is defended as retributive justice. Retributive justice against the white race. Every person that I have brought this up with, I guess I could say with almost no exception, they really have to be anti-white. Really anti-white. Will acknowledge, oh yeah, especially as soon as you show them how to see. Like, why are the borders open? Well, that's just economic. Is it really an economic thing? Is that the main argument that you hear? Or is it that white people stole the continent, they stole the country? White people are hoarding civility, money, etc., preventing non-white people in Central South America from accessing it. It's always defended in greater or lesser part, all of the victimization, all the harm they do to Western civilization as retributive justice against the white race. Therefore, the only way we are going to be able to defeat it is to name that. Name what our victimization is. Name what the destruction is. If you're being punched in the face, there is no sense in defending your stomach. That's not where they are hitting you. No matter how uncomfortable you think it is to defend your face and how comfortable and easy it is to defend your stomach, since they're not punching there, you have to defend your face. People get that like this. It's also, not only is it easy to understand because it's easy to see, but it also allays the concerns about, are non-white people going to have to be harmed? Because you're going to be saying everything is going to get better once we combat and put an end to anti-whiteism. That will actually make everything better. Not getting rid of another group of people, but preventing anti-whiteism from functioning at all. You won't be able to think of the arguments, how weak the arguments. Seriously, think about this. Anybody challenge me. How strong are the arguments for doing away freedom of speech without it being blaming the white race to silence hate speech? How strong are get rid of free speech arguments? How strong are get rid of right to self-defense arguments when they're not able to say white people use firearms to suppress non-white people and etc.? How strong are those arguments for that we should all be deprived of the right to self-defense? You can go down the list. You can go to think about feminism. If feminists didn't argue that this is the norm in the West that just ruins all the lives of women and children everywhere, this is a norm in the West that was instituted by white males, and it's got to be torn down. What would feminism even be? What arguments could they even make? We have to be the generator of and proliferator of this knowledge everywhere. Everywhere. Yes, anti-whites are still going to be able to make art. Like, for example, if you get rid of the anti-white argument for the border, they'll still be able to make a flaccid economic argument. But you can see, everybody can see how weak that argument is. White people don't capitulate to that argument. White people, why are these arguments strong or weak? Because the fulcrum is the white guilted white person in their millions. They are the gatekeeper. Are they going to submit to a flaccid economic argument that they don't see how it benefits them and their family? Or are they going to submit because they're white guilted because white people have done all these brown people wrong? Well, it's of course because of the whites have done all the brown people wrong. Please, please. I'm one man. I can create these things and I can push them as far as I can. I need geniuses and hardworking, assiduous, intelligent, industrious, creative folks to take these pieces and to take them out to the world, smart ways to get them out to the world, magnify them in various ways for the world. Because this is what changes. Make sure that you are a player. Make sure that you are a player in this contest. Because like I said, we are very likely all there is. The only defense. The soul campfire in a sea of darkness. Make sure it shines with love. And I'll be right back.
I know they talk about me, I know I'm misunderstood, but I'm gonna keep on dancing. I know my heart is good, and they want me to react with hate because they want it that way, so they can justify theirs that they contain. You can't stop my love. You can't stop my love. Say what you want. You can't stop my love. You can't stop my love. I'm walking on this tightrope, but I cannot be still. I gotta walk for my folk who need their spirits healed. So you can try to knock me down, but you can't stop the truth. Tell me or take a name right now, but I am telling you can't stop my love. You can't stop my love. Say what you want for a reaction. I don't hate you, hate you can't stop my love. You can't stop my love. You can't stop my love for my people. Can't stop my love for what I do. Can't stop my love for anybody. Can't even stop my love for you. Cause I know that you talk about me. I know I'm misunderstood, but I know it's hate that you're wanting me to give you. Wish you can't stop my love. You can't stop my love. Say what you want for a reaction. I don't hate you, hate you can't stop my love. Can't stop my love. Say what you want for a reaction. I don't hate you, hate my passion. You take aim cause I'm taking action. You're free, I'm free to practice.
That is awesome. Can't stop my love. Very cool. All right. How's my mic? Did it do anything weird? No, it looks like it should still be fine. It is Christmas. It is Yule time. Let's jump into what we have here, which is our next segment, the announcements. I'm going to read what you all have to say. I'll look for any financial gifts. And I will say that I asked for an assistant last week, and Kate stepped up. And so she's going to, thank you so much. Let's get some Rogers emojis for Kate. She's going to help out with going free. And God bless you. Thank you for that. And we're going to see how she ends up assisting yours truly with the going free gatherings on Sundays. So thank you so much for that, Kate. And we also, another swashbuckling champion. I did not have time to get the images, so we're going to save the images for next gathering, I think. And I don't know, maybe a roll-in. And that's Lunder from Down Under. And he made a couple of really cool memes. I will share those. Thank you very much for those. And we'll celebrate you properly when I'm able to share them with everybody. Let me jump on over to the content creator share segment. And we are going to have your calls very shortly. And I'm going to be reading some of your comments as well. I'll look, as I say, look at the live chat. If you have questions, make sure you ask them while we are together. Now, everybody's name here that I'm about to read has a YouTube channel, and I want you to stay on YouTube. If you can't find them on YouTube, then you can look, other places. That's up to you. But I want you to, if I have my druthers, I want you to be on YouTube, and nobody to be on any other platform, actually. So we have the great Andrei Moisejev on YouTube, AndreMoissejev. And is it Something Him? I think is his YouTube channel. If we have that, or if he's with us, perhaps he could share it in the thread afterward. Could spell it out. You won't be allowed to put in a URL there. Or you can imagine what would happen to my thread if you were allowed to put URLs. Boy. We also have White People's Press, which is whitepeoplepress.com. You have Westmen Media, also on Odyssey under that name. School of the West, schoolofthewest.world with Dean Danger, who is doing double duty as Troll Slayer. And you can, of course, on YouTube, but you can also find him there. Discordant Dragons is the one and only Yiz the Unifier. So you'll have to go over to, I'm sure if she's with us, she will share her link on YouTube. We also have Dragon Synth Adventures. That's the great ForNull. He is at Fornelius Newland on YouTube. And perhaps he can share his link. Please follow these people. You got to follow them. The anti-whites are very good at smashing apart when we begin to sort of aggregate somewhere. They like to smash it apart. So we want to follow as many of each other as we can to strengthen those ties. That's called a distributed network. It's much harder to shatter. Dragon Synth Adventures. And both Discordant Dragons and Dragon Synth Adventures are on Mondays. Mondays are for the Dragons. And at 6 o'clock for Discordant Dragons. And 8 o'clock, these are Eastern time, for Dragon Synth Adventures, which is ForNull when he does it. Now, it's not every single Monday, but it's going to be when he is able. And if you're following him on Telegram or YouTube, you'll be able to find when it is going to be live. No White Guilt Clips on YouTube. All you got to do is type in No White Guilt Clips. You'll be able to find him. Follow this champion and make sure you share the clips that he diligently makes, consuming a great deal of his time with love for our people. Please magnify that love with a little bit of your time. We also have Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter. Now, this is Final Blossom's work. You can find Final Blossom on YouTube under Final Blossom, and he also has this Substack called Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter. Please sub to that and make sure you are privy to this man's genius, a wonderful, diligent worker in service to white well-being. Lovely Porridge. And I believe to find him easiest on YouTube, you type in Ruination Media. But it is not Ruination Media anymore. He has changed it. So find Lovely Porridge. Please follow him and please share his links. Alternative Voices Portal. Obviously on YouTube, but also on Odyssey under that name. And finally, we have here on my list, content creators to share, is Imminent Rain on YouTube. Make sure you find Imminent Rain on YouTube, and then you follow him. He is making the Promethean rock album for my book, Prometheus Rising. One song left to make, I believe, and it has been epic the entire way. It will be epic to the end. I am certain of it. The thaumatological mailbag is empty today. So there was nothing in the mailbox, and we'll check again next week and see if there's anything there. But no mail to share today, which isn't a terrible thing because we're moving along here and we don't want to rush our callers. But we're going to go ahead and see what you all are saying. Remember, tag me if you want me to see you. It's kind of like when you tag me, it's kind of like I'm driving down the road. Here's the difference. I'm driving down the road and there's a car on the side of the road and somebody is sitting in the driver's seat and they see me coming in their wing mirror and they're like, oh, excuse me. And I just zoom, I go on by, right? I don't hear them. When you tag me, it's like you are a 10 and you're standing out at the trunk of your car. Maybe you're English, it's the boot. It's opened and the tools are in disarray. Clearly, you don't know what you're doing, but you have short shorts on. You're a woman and a very tight top, and you have at least one of your legs kicked out toward the road so that I can see how it goes all the way to heaven. That's when I test my brakes. They have to be tested sometimes, and full on. That's the difference. Over here on Entropy, we have Heidi. Thank you, Heidi, for being here. Heidi is financially gifting $10. God bless you, good sister. She says, wishing everyone a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. It's so good to talk to you all. Well, it's so good to talk to you. You and Raymond, you were wonderful. We loved seeing you. It's such a family affair. And so it's great to have you back, sister. Good to see you. Edamon over here saying Kanye was pushing multiculturalism in one of his anti-white ads recently. So this is Kanye Ye, the new black nationalist leader of the white nationalists. Yet the Yehudi centrists who claim to be against anti-whiteism are simping for him like never before. Makes you wonder. It does. Thanks for pointing that out. Suddenly it's like, oh, he's for multiracialism? Yay. That's great. Yeah, yay. I didn't even mean to do that. Yay. We love you. We love that. I'm so happy that you want to push multiracialism on us as long as their objective is being fed. Edamon goes on to say, how dare you assume that the person is either a guy or girl? Oh, so true. Well said. Well played, my friend. Well played. Your anti-white newspeak overlords created a million genders to keep you evil white people from having babies. You evil racists. So true. So true indeed, my friend. I feel like I should flip my collar up for this conversation. All right, let's see what's happening over here. Doesn't look like anything is on, no financial gifts on Odyssey. And I don't see any new trolls over there to tangle with. And I don't see anything on D Live. Of course, you can't financially gift on D Live because I was censored from being able to receive gifts over there. Let's see about Cash App. Heidi says, don't flip your collar up. That is so 80s. That would be the reason I would do it. What are you talking about? Of course. The great ForNull, ladies and gentlemen, please get out some raucous emojis, some of those 07s for a guy who is, as you know, one of the very best. He and his wife, wonderful people, and love them. He says, with a 25 white well-being dollars, 25 shut down the anti-white dollars, he says, for white well-being. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. What a champ. I'm going to stroll to the top really quickly and on YouTube. Then I'm going to get into some of your other comments. Looks like Axis Mundi will be first on the calls tonight. And Mystic Knight is with us. Hello, Mystic Knight. Are you new here, folks? Any of you? How are you enjoying it so far? Adams, hello to you. Adams says, does Taekwondo and Hapkido? I might know a thing or two about Hapkido, but I thought Taekwondo was too much of a sport for me. Helios Abbott is with us. Great to see you, good brother. Peter is here. Says Yang turned out to be anti-white. Yes. And who, I wonder, who said that this guy was anti-white? From the very beginning. There were a lot of people out there who were saying, there was a group of people. The vast majority of groups were suddenly behind this Andrew Yang. Even the so-called intellectuals become tabloid writers. All behind, just in this non-white guy. He's going to save the white race. Might as well take the money, as though there wouldn't be any ramifications and that wouldn't undermine us even worse. There was a group. You might be looking at one of them that said, he's anti-white. This is anti-white. Yes, it was this community. We were the ones that said, Andrew Yang is anti-white. I made the academic arguments, and then we also made some memes. And the people, the guy who made the memes did not want his name associated with the memes for an obvious concern about those who were supporting Andrew Yang. So you can't make arguments. You can't make arguments because they want to destroy you for them. You can't even make comical memes. I said, don't worry about it. Here's some dollars. I won't tell anybody who you are. He's a good guy. Hamilton is here. Hello. Kelly is here. Hello to you. Lord Reckoning. Jason is right about this, but I found it hard to accept because I was once inside the Name Them group, writes Jerome V. That group is defined by their willingness to be tarred with that brush. Yes, indeed. Promethean Promulgation. AFA is doing a fundraiser right now, says Promethean Promulgation. Well, we have raised quite a lot of money for the AFA. Yes. And hopefully it will always be families and to focus on us and leave other non-white groups. Just leave the non-white groups out of it. Anti-whites are the problem. Because the quickest way to get all of your, they're not called churches, but the quickest way to get them all shut down. You just go ahead and get Yades. You get Yades and you start talking about that stuff and you'll see those locations disappear. Like that. Love Agent is here. How did you know my nickname? How did you know my stage name? Have you been to the club I work at? That's me starting rumors. Have you been to the club when I'm the Love Agent? Just a trench coat, dark sunglasses, and a fedora. That's it. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. All right. Yes, those who are in the orbit, in the proximity of that group, AFA, and where they are serving white well-being in a way that conforms to my morality, support them. Black Sun is here. Black old sun. Well, how's that go? What are the words for that one? Don't you come? Maybe I better not sing that because who knows? Who knows what'll happen on YouTube? They're like, what is he saying? It must be the wrong song. What's that song called? Umbrellas. Says to Franklin that I don't realize something. Robert Adams is handing out roses to the ladies in the chat. Heidi says to me, well said. She says, I've been with No Idol for many years, but have not actually been in a Going Free chat. Maybe I should. Should what? Join a GFC. They're a lot of fun. You make friends. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. Sandy. Hello, Sandy. Such a simple and beautiful message. Well, that's very sweet of you to say. Thank you. It's so sad more people can't get it. Apart from that, Merry Christmas, Jason. Back to lurking. Well, thank you for coming out of the shadows, Sandy. I appreciate it. And with such sweet words. That's very kind of you. Yes, push through the shadows whenever you like. Come out from behind. Don't be the Eidolon forever. Step through the darkness. Come forward. Let your voice be heard. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it is. It's a simple, beautiful message, and our brothers and sisters will get it. We need to bring more people in here. We need to get more attention, and there's going to be a lot of hard, like yeoman's work, because it's been hard yeoman's work, very difficult all along. But it's going to be very hard because we don't have as many asses in the seats as the average person needs to see to believe that something is totally legitimate. So we can do it, though. We're going to do it. House of Wonders. Stephanie Love is here. Hello and welcome. House of Wonders. Yeah, that's actually the name of the place that I'm the love agent. What are you all doing? How many of you all have been there? It's dark. House of Wonders. House of Wonders. Olrak says, do you have a suggestion for putting retributive justice into layman's terms? Well, you could just pronounce it as retribution justice, retribution-based justice. You want to tack on, it's not retribution, and you want to make sure that you don't imply that there is a legitimate grievance for the retribution. So you want to make sure that anti-whites use this justice all the time. You undermine it, and so you could say retribution justice. They'll get that, and then you'll be able to communicate the other concepts that you want to get to them. Thank you for that question, Ulrich. Audio is good, folks said. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a wonderful time it is to be together. A GFC, yes. Heidi is thinking about joining a GFC. We didn't used to have them. No, it's a new phase. It's a new phase for the OE. We're marching along. We would definitely be further along if it weren't for a lot of the pushback in the white sympathetic sphere. Now we know why. So let's get to some of these because we're going to get to those calls. Keeping an eye out. Whoa. 07s. Hand over your heart because Dude Bro moment has arrived. 50 white well-being dollars. 50 let's stop the anti-whites dead in their track dollars. God bless this guy, Dude Bro moment, for white well-being and saving our white asses. So true, brother. That is so true. For white well-being and saving our white asses. That's what we're going to end up having to do. God bless you, brother. $50. Man, that's a dedicated guy right there. Working class guy keeps showing up with that. You know that hurts. What a champ. K-Max with us. Great to see you, brother. And thank you all for celebrating Dude Bro moment and his $50 financial gift. K-Max McDonald says with $5. Hello, brother. He says, Jason, what do you make of the whole Kanye West, Fuentes, and Milo thing? Laura Loomer is involved as well. Is this serious politics for white well-being or just silly drama and theater? It's not politics whatsoever. Nothing for white well-being is being served there. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Zero. Kanye West is angry over losing control over his family. His wife, it's very embarrassing for him, but primarily his children. There are handlers, many of whom are Jewish on both sides. And, you know, things like agents and people, they're tax agents and entertainment venue owners and record label owners and acting agents and all this kind of stuff. And he's got, even though he's got them on his side, they're also on the other side. And he lashed out at them. And that's born out of, I'm sure, his black nationalism and his father being in the Black Panthers, as well as living in the industry and getting avaricious over time. You know, when you get started and you don't have a pot to piss in, and you know how lousy you are at everything else in the world and how hard it would be for you to make money, and you start making shit tons of money through these connections, you're fine with it. But then over time, I guess he was looking more and more like, whoa, they're taking a big chunk. They're taking a big bite. And there's nowhere else to go. You know, there's no other firm. Here's the thing, though. He had the money to create a new firm. Never did. So I don't listen to that sort of bitching. You gotta do something. But that was his deal. This then, and this is how Yates works. When he called out the name of this entire group of people, all of these other people who consider themselves namers as well, they immediately, because that's their objective, that's what's important to them, and our people, our countries, none of that as important. None of that as important to them. So they immediately were drawn to it. And that's like the first infection of Yates. And then they all have become like this, almost like this self-propelling sort of machine where they keep building and building, and they got their avatars of Ye, and they've got just on, and they're all, so it's total Bravo Sierra. He could never run for, he hasn't even actually filled out the paperwork as far as I know. But there's an opportunity, and you see what he's descended to now. He's on Cozy. He's doing interviews on Cozy. Talk about suffering Ye's law. So you have all of these other self-promoters, king among them, Dirty Fuentes. And of course, and I think Fuentes was a fan of his earlier. And so he's going to be involved. He's going to say whatever he has to say. He flipped in 1 week about Trump. 1 week. and use the exact same reason, in fact, to be pro and then against on the same week. Laura Loomer, another self-promoter, they're drawn to where the energy is, where the attention is. And since their objective is self-promotion and dollars and intellectual aggrandizement, especially with Nick, that they have no problem being unscrupulous when it comes to principles. And they'll just, and Nick is really in a sort of catbird seat because his faceless, nameless audience have no problem with him taking 180s in principles. And why is that? Because they don't have principles, the vast majority of them. The vast majority of them, the ones who have principles, bleed out of there. The vast majority of them are there for the entertainment of a disruption agent. That's what Nick is to them, a disruption agent. They don't need to even hold the same opinions that Nick does. For them, it's just funny and amusing to see a disruptive agent show up into an environment, smear, cause Trump to be smeared, be in the middle of this meltdown of this rapper's life and him just becoming as reckless as possible. So no, none of this is legitimate. And anybody considering it as legitimate politics that has a legitimate stance, they should never be listened to again. I said the same thing with Yang. It happens again and again. And as people are just like, well, this person was 100% wrong last time. I think I'll listen again. So it's nothing. It will go nowhere. Thank you very much for the question and the financial gift. And somebody put over there on Odyssey, Luke Mason jamming away, a little video of it in the live chat. I don't know if there's audio to it or not. It doesn't look like it, but it is just the cool video of him on the guitar rocking it. So let's open this up. We're getting ready to take calls soon, starting up with Axis Mundi, but we're going to begin here with Joshua James Bell. He says, what is this, 336? I came over to White Wellbeing because I came over to White Wellbeing, writes Joshua, because of you and PWR. So it was not a waste of your time. Now I am part of the Ontario GFC because I wanted to join a group that was like PA, but white positive. Keep going, my brother. That's awesome, Joshua. I'm going to give you a salute, brother. Thank you so much for sharing that testimonial. Came over to White Wellbeing because I had been on PA and on PWR, and he wanted to be a part of a group that was like PA, but just white positive, no focusing on other groups of people. And there is the GFC Ontario that he can participate in. God bless you. Des O says, I liked Countercurrents. It's a shame Greg published such an embarrassing and subversive article. I agree. Thank you, Des. Eric says here, us white people seem so stupid. It must be fun to be an anti-white because it is so easy to divide us. There are currently plenty of wolves in sheep's clothing that get way too much airtime and attention. And by the time people start to figure it out, the damage has been done and they seem limitless. Regardless of if I always like your style or not, I've never doubted your love for our people or authenticity. I've never seen you shy away from the issues caused by many of the people referred to by the name them people anyway. I guess many aren't happy unless you're motivated by hate instead of love. Love you, brother, and you were an amazing wingman for Mark, who I also think is legit. I guess it's good when some of the snakes out themselves in such an obvious way that even the stupidest among us can begin to suspect them. We better get a lot smarter, or we have no chance against those that hate us, all of European descent, and we will continue to be divided and pathetic. Thanks, Eric. That was very well written. Time Traveler says here, one more comment. Actually, it looks like you've got kind of a long comment here, my friend. One more comment. He says, there is an interesting phenomenon in human nature that a small group is always more effective than a larger group because everyone, what's that called, the Pareto principle? Because everyone in the small group feels that they have to pull their weight. You see it in politics constantly. A small vocal minority controls the dialogue. Just within my short lifetime, I have seen things that used to be taboo and subjects of mockery go to being fanatically supported by one half of the country and quietly accepted by the other half. This is the work of a small vocal minority. So the fact that this community is small does not mean we are not making an impact. So true, brother. He goes on, never attribute incompetence to something you can ascribe to malice. I like the reversal. That is an inversion of a saying that I have always hated, because that's the attitude you take toward your little brother. He didn't mean to leave his backpack on the stairs for you to trip on so you don't try to make him pay for your chiropractic bills. You do not take that mentality and apply it outside of the family. You just make yourself prey to con men and people who wish you harm. I still see it from Republicans. They'll say things like, oh, ho, 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 another million border crossers came in to our country this year. Look how incompetent the liberals are. They can't even secure the border. Owned? He, ho, ho, ho. Look how incompetent they are. It is amazingly stupid. That's like saying, oh, look at that spider building a web in a path that insects fly by. How incompetent could you be? Doesn't she know that bugs might run into the web and get tangled? Her incompetence is making the jungle less safe for bugs. And he finishes with this. I'm going to make a prediction of something that will be ironic. I bet that when she's old enough to understand, Mark's daughter will come to this community. Marie Curie. I really enjoyed the panel. Wonderful lady, you know, Marie Curie. I really enjoyed the panel, Jason. You would have never left Mark Collett and Patriotic Weekly Review because you have a great sense of duty, and you would have felt compelled to stay if it had not been for this very ill treatment. If I were in your place, I would be happy to have been given the chance to leave PWR and finally have some spare time and more time for your family and Kate. You have to take care of yourself, and you deserve more sleep and some leisure time. Lots of love from Germany. Most warm love and hugs back from the once great state of Virginia. And we'll scroll down. We'll jump to another one. Odinsire says, Jason, you're doing good work. Don't listen to these low IQ wignats who try to undermine you. Thank you, good brother. Spartan says, I've been following, or should I say, part of this movement for a decade now. Since the primordial years of Millennial Woes, YouTube channel, who made a video about one of my life-changing experiences, and of the likes of Sticks, Hex, and Hammer, as well as many others. Whenever I watched your interaction with Mark, I always knew there was a disagreement on certain issues, and so it seems somewhat strange to me that you would have such a close collaboration for so long. Candidly, I thought you would end your contribution to PWR a lot sooner. This, though, speaks of your great patience and understanding and how you perceive the bigger picture in terms of white well-being. You overcome some differences so that you are able to work in concert with others, so long as they share your end goal. I wish you and Mark victory in your noble quest. God bless you. Thank you. Those are some great insights. Thank you very much. Very kind things to say about me, and I really appreciate it. The great biospirit of the West is with us. He says, I applaud your cool, calm collectedness, Jason, as the relentless abuse continued to be hurled at you on PWR. I was very disappointed in Mark and his inability to hear or acknowledge your clear, straightforward arguments. PWR will suffer for your absence of your balanced perspective. One can already see it in the endless comments under the last show on BitChute. Nothing but yakking about the Jays. It is vital that we differentiate ourselves as focused on love of our people. I heartily endorse the path you are taking. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, an epic, epic hero. We have a financial gift from Dandy Westman, who just came in, of $3. Thank you, good sir, at 8:15. And we're going to have a very short break, and we're going to take calls. So get ready. Dandy Westman, $3 financial gift, says, more people adopting the Go Free practice every day. It's over for the, yay cells. Oh, that's good. It's over for the yay cells. Nice, my friend. Nice. Let's see what's happening over here. A short break from one of our heroes, and then we'll be back with calls. It's a great piece. It'll get you deep into your soul, and it will begin to move and stir you there. And you'll know exactly what I'm meaning as you begin to listen to ForNull. We are still muted. We are still muted, but it looks like, let me just make a quick look here. Didn't miss anybody. We're going to make a call. Make our first call. Axis Mundi is up first. Very cool piece. 2 very cool pieces tonight. Here we go. And here comes the call, brother.
Hey, brother.
Hey, how are you doing, good brother? What's on your mind?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I've just been enjoying the GFC community. It's come up in the chat.
Nice.
And I want to just doubly recommend, right? It is something of a new addition to the Go Free community, but it's something that, right, as the Go Free community begins to come into its own identity, now that we really kind of are our own sphere, right, which is more focused on the love of our people than anything else. We are getting a lot of depth as people are sharing the practice of Go Free together in these various circles and applying it to all sorts of different things. And so I just wanted to give you another weekly update of what's been going on.
Nice. Go for it.
Awesome. I run within that, kind of in connection to the California GFC and also to Mr. V's GFC simultaneously, a open chat of our ancestral religions for white well-being, as well as a historical seminar from a white well-being perspective. We have finished the first book of Julius Caesar's commentaries in the Gallic Wars.
Nice.
And now we've started reading Tacitus. And so we're reading an ancient Roman account of the Germans. And reading the writings of our ancient ancestors from a white positive lens is just so illuminating. It's amazing. Everything in the world starts to make sense. Who we are as a people, why we think the way we do, and like certain things that you just kind of take for granted suddenly make so much sense. For example, horses, right?
Yeah.
Horses. Horses are one of the common denominators of our people's civilizations. Every single civilization we've ever created, horses have always been very, very important.
Right.
Going all the way back when we were nomads in kind of the Eurasian steppes, right? We had domesticated dogs, horses, and cattle. And we were going along with these animals, and then we kind of spread all over, settling mainly in Europe, in all sorts of different places. And what's kind of amazing about our people, talk about biospiritual expression, we can basically settle anywhere and turn it into something approximate to paradise on earth.
Yes.
When the Romans first encountered the Germans, they were blown away. Like, look at how much these people are thriving despite living in these freezing woodlands.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But you see, like, you know, the Romans, horses were a huge deal. The horses would pull their chariots, right? And things like that.
Yeah.
The Greeks would have competitions, chariot competitions with horses in the Olympic Games, which is something, you know, when we recapture our destiny, we will bring back the chariot race for sure.
Yeah.
That will happen. Count on it. You heard it here first, folks. Chariot races are coming back when we recapture our destiny. So the Germans had an excellent relationship with their horses. Apparently, the Germans would use their horses to divine truth from nature. There would be these sacred groves where you would have these sacred horses, like exceptional. And of course, the horses are entirely white, beautiful flowing white mane, pristine white stallion, and it kind of lives in this sacred grove. And then the priest would know this horse like an animal friend. And so the priest would know its temperament, would know how the horse normally behaves.
Nice.
And so when the horse starts to act weird and it like neighs and behaves weirdly, that the priest is able to divine certain things from that. So you have this kind of mystical aspect. And of course, when we were reading this together, what's beautiful about these practices is that a lot of the people in our sphere tend to be very, very intelligent. It's something you kind of perceive, right?
Yeah.
You being very intelligent in your development of Go Free, you draw intelligent people into the sphere. When we all get together, people completely floor me with their knowledge. Like people told me about how sensitive horses are, their intuition about the weather. They need to, someone in the group told me, I think, was it Promethean promulgation, I want to say, that horses need to move. Like they depend on their hooves for their circulation in addition to their hearts.
Right.
So they're sensitive to so many things. It would make a lot of sense if something out of the ordinary was happening. If you observe their behavior and you know that horse well enough, you'd be able to effectively divine an approaching army, a coming earthquake, and certainly a coming storm.
Right.
And so these are the ancient Germans that had this significance attached to the horse. It carries all the way through to every iteration of Western civilization. Consider, right, the American frontier. When we first arrived at this part of the world, it was the Spanish who brought the horses here first.
Right.
But then we brought more with us. And think about the iconic, cowboy posse, the most quintessential Westmen, right? These are men who they lead heads of cattle through the wild American frontier, riding on their horses. Nothing could be more Western, right? And yet that's the same thing our ancestors were doing all the way back on the Eurasian steppes more than 8,000 years ago. It comes up again and again and again. The biospirit is real, brother.
It
It is completely real. And you study history and you see it. It just becomes so clear. The connections our ancestors would draw. So here's another interesting thing. Like the Romans would go and they would encounter different groups of our people, right? And they would compare their gods with theirs. And they'd perceive some deep connection between their Roman religion and the religion of the Celts, the religion of the Germans, definitely the religion of the Greeks. Like those two religions just merged practically into one. They would do that whenever they encountered another nation of our own people, right? Their own people, our own people.
Right.
When they encountered others of a different biospirit, they didn't do that. So you see this different treatment, showing that our ancestors had a deep intuition that we are, in fact, one people with many nations. The more we study, the more layers of truth we find in this concept. It is profoundly true. And we are only just beginning to discover the full extent of its truth. And when we recapture our destiny, we are in for exciting times. Because I have a feeling there will be such a thing as biospirit studies. Where we will study. Yeah, I am just so excited. Promulgation is posting in the chat. Yeah, I know their heart works fine when they're sitting still. It's just, promulgation is giving more information, proving the truth of what I said, right? He's the one who knows more about the anatomy of horses than I do, right? And the whole idea is like different people bring different bodies of knowledge and different experiences to the table. So participating in the GFC is just, it's the place to be.
Yes,
right?
the place to be.
If you knew that a new system of genuine, authentic academics was starting to replace the fallen anti-white institutions that are now defunct and illegitimate, would you not want to be a part of this kind of return of civilization as we know it?
Oh, yeah.
Would you not want to take part in that?
Absolutely.
So, people should not miss out. Something amazing is happening here. Don't miss out on it.
Don't miss out on it. Absolutely, I agree. I really like you talking about how using the lens, white well-being, going free, enables you to see the connective tissue through all of these civilizations that we have created. And that really is that differentiating line between the different groups of peoples of man or races of man. Really does create that delineation. And it's a powerful thing to share because people have been unable to see a distinct unifying line. You've seen all of these different attempts to say there's a thread here, but what exactly is it? And they end up grasping at some of the derivatives of the origin. And when you have just derivatives, then you're going to find places where that does not apply. doesn't apply in this civilization. It doesn't apply in that scenario. And it's obviously been muddled also, certainly over the span of our lifetimes, all the way up through our great grandparents, with anti-whiteism trying to get in the way of that pursuit of that knowledge and that unifying principle. And so to hear you say this is absolutely, when you look back at history, and it's really a looking back, because you were looking at history, you're studying history. Now you have white well-being, the Go Free method, and you can look at history anew, and you can see, this is how it connects. This is how it makes sense. So it's a really powerful thing for you to share, and I really appreciate you sharing it tonight.
Absolutely, brother. And it's what's amazing about it is like it ties into. I always go back. I'm speaking kind of figuratively here. We can get into like the actual metaphysics of it, but another time. But figuratively, learning is recollection in the sense that you kind of notice more clearly something you've always perceived. And when you apply a white positive lens of history, that's kind of what happens, right? It's like, oh, wait, I've always known that. I just never appreciated it.
Right.
And now I get it, and now I understand it. And it's amazing. It really is a genuine path to knowledge, right? So it's a lot more than just a strategy to defend ourselves against psychological warfare, though it is that. It is also a genuine path to knowledge.
Yeah.
And so it's of immense value. You have really made a contribution to human knowledge, brother, that is going to be celebrated for a long time. You know, and that's just something to be humbled and also proud of. And I'm humbled to be a part of this community. I'm just grateful that I found you, the work you're doing, and all the people in the GFCs. Yeah, and connecting to that also, so the other chat, we're reading through Plato, and we just finished the Apology of Socrates.
Oh, nice.
And we'll next be reading Crito. And Socrates basically describes about, like, you know, how should one approach the threat of death, right? Should one fear death, or should one focus more on being as good as possible in everything they do? What is more important? Is it virtue or something else, right? And once again, you see this resonance. You see, because our people have loved virtue for their entire history.
Right.
You see fascination with what does it mean to be a good person? And this is another one of those things that just ties us together. Yeah. Anyway, brother, I don't want to take up too much more time because I know there were other callers, or at least I thought there were other callers.
Mr. V for sure, yeah.
Mr. V at least, yeah. And there's more I want to talk about, but before I talk about it on the stream, I would like to reach out to you because I have some ideas that I've been developing and discussing with the GFC community about some very key concepts to add to the lexicon. And especially in terms of the idea of Western kind of building more of a really strong statement of who we are, right? Asserting that we are a people, and therefore we are entitled to respect, no negotiations, right? A certain concept that asserts that alongside the concept of Western kind. And I want to run it by you before I talk about it on stream openly.
Awesome. We'll do that, brother. Just message me.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you so much, brother. I look forward to calling again in the future.
Amen. Promethean hails.
Promethean hails and Pax Deora.
All right. Bye-bye, brother. That is awesome. Axis Mundi, what a smart guy. What a smart guy he is. And what an interesting thing to hear from somebody who clearly knows so much about history and our history, to say that once he had white well-being, Go Free method, and of course, the spirituality of Prometheus Rising, to be able to take that and then look back at history, and then it's like puzzle pieces clicking into place. I've heard that from a lot of people who spend a lot of time looking at our history. And up until that point, they couldn't find anything that seemed to unify. And many of them, as a consequence, came to conclusions about that are just unproductive conclusions about the white race and what it is and where it came from, and these different, these, as I say, just ultimately unproductive conclusions. So to be able to go back and see how we connect together as a people, and that's going to be essential for our well-being, for white well-being, We're not going to be able to just be nationalists in one country and nationalists in another country. We're going to have to see the people on the other side of the invisible line as literally our brothers and sisters, our blood, our people, our biosphere. And therefore, no, we're not going to not only not go to war against them, we are not going to allow you to set up policies that reduce their farmers to paupers. We're going to come to equitable conclusions in all of these countries. So very excited about that. Let me see what you all are saying quickly. We're going to call Mr. B next. And a quick slide through the champions. Patrick of Southtown would like a call as well. He says, if there's time, you will be after Mr. V. Patrick of Southtown. We will have after Mr. V. Okay, looks like... Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Well, that's okay because we can fix it. Oh, wow. Get out. I'm glad I looked. Raucous emojis. Raucous emojis, my friends. Please. 07s. Swashbuckling flags if you got them. Swashbuckling flags if you got them. Because first last, I got to you first last. Writing what he wants you all to think about, and that is the Dvorak keyboard layout. He wants you to think about that. He wrote that, and he put on top of it a $100, let's put an end to anti-whiteism financial gift. $100, $100 from this guy. First, last, what a champ. Thank you all for celebrating. Everybody who celebrates when it's time to celebrate, I deeply appreciate you. That's what we got to do for each other. The anti-whites do it for each other. We got to do it for each other. It's cheering. It's celebrating. It's attaboy. And that's $100, another $100. And look at sweet Kate coming in with her little smiley faces. She's actually making time in the midst of preparing for all-out squirrel combat as the squirrels prepare to wage war on her. I believe they have her home surrounded at the moment. And the one in charge is lifting weights out front. So they're getting ready to assault her home. And she's down to wearing her squirrel socks and has been exercising. She's ready to defend her home. The moat failed. The squirrels are across them. The squirrels are inside the moat. The squirrels are inside the moat. $100 financial gift. God bless you, brother. This guy, if you knew the kind of work this guy's can do with music, and he just reformulates, refabricates, his mind can do that. It's all over the place with his skill, with his ability. It's truly remarkable. God bless you, good sir. $100 financial gift to White Wellbeing. These are like slaps in the face to these people who are saying, no, Jason is this or that or the whatever. And so therefore you shouldn't listen to him. All of the slanders, all of these folks who want you to focus on a different objective. God bless you. I really thank you for that. Let's get that call over. Lunder says, Kate's been reading too much of It's a Comedy, Damn It. Well, Kate actually really liked that book, I think. Of course, I think she actually did the thing where she slows down to read rather than just does the whole pages thing, because it's a booklet. Wouldn't have taken very long. So let's go ahead and make the call to Mr. V. And then we have Patrick of Southtown up after that. Where is our Mr. V? There we are. And here we go. Good brother. How are you doing, good sir? And what's on your mind?
Well, I'm doing well. And how are you, brother?
I'm great, man. I'm going on next to zero sleep in 2 days and also getting sick. But the Going Free Gathering is exhilarating. It fills me with vitality. I just draw it from the cosmos.
Yeah, remember that time when you said that you were a demigod? And yeah, I thought that was my favorite line. I actually did archive that one because it was too funny.
Oh,
I
that's
know
good.
exactly what me nuts would say about that one.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
there might be some truth to that, given the fact that you can get by on so little sleep.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. But I hope it doesn't like suddenly kill me or I can just keep turning the energy back on. But yeah, we're here. We're having fun, man. It's a good time.
Yeah, and amazing music coming out. That Cloud Explorer by ForNull,
Oh,
that was incredible.
It is.
Damn, we got guys just killing it. Raymond Foster, RC, ForNull, Imminent Rain, and just so many, Olivia Keys, so many people. It reminded me of this album called The Assassination of Julius Caesar by the band Ulver. So folks, check that out. Some parts of a ForNull song reminded me of that. That's a great album.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. I know the main guy's a Westman. I think the other ones probably are. It's Norwegian. But I wanted to share with you, brother, because we've been, going through the masculine and feminine style. So I wanted to share with you some stores.
All right.
These are some of the best stores that we found. And they are, in the US, jpeterman.com. Now, J. Peterman looks amazing. I've never bought anything there, but I got to say, we were looking at the sales, we were looking at the clothing, we were looking at the layout of the website. It looks like they pay a lot of attention to detail. If someone's bought clothes from them, let people know, but J. Peterman looks like an amazing company.
Cool.
Yeah, buy stuff when it's in season so you don't have to spend more money than you need to. Donate your old clothes so you don't end up with a wardrobe full of stuff. Keep it minimal, invest more time and energy doing proper research so you're spending less money, but you're also not just buying stuff that's going to end up in a landfill somewhere later on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. REI.com.
Oh, yeah.
REI.com. That was shared by Axis. That's great. That's good for outdoor stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and J. Peterman basically covers anywhere from casual to more refined, from what I was able to tell.
Right. Okay.
And then the golden ones, Legio Gloria.
Oh yeah.
So some of our guys bought stuff from him. It looks like it's good quality and it's well designed. We were quite impressed.
Nice. And he'll be happy to know that y'all liked his work and that you shared it. That's cool.
Yeah, so people in Europe, check that out. Then another one from Europe. This is not our guys, but if you are interested in Norse heritage and Norse culture, grimfrost.com. Grimfrost.com. That was started by the vocalist from Amon Amarth, the Viking metal band.
Oh, okay.
But they're awesome. I mean, they do all kinds of jewelry and they do all kinds of clothing that is based on archaeological finds and based on Norse culture. You're going to find a lot of stuff there that won't interest you, but the stuff that's authentically European, you will like a lot. And I've bought stuff from them, and it's really awesome.
Cool.
Yeah. So those are some stores, and of course, I would encourage folks to donate clothing if you don't need it. Go through your wardrobe, see what you don't need. Donate that. Someone out there needs that. And we're going to continue with the masculine and feminine style because there's still a lot to cover there. And then after that, we will pick what skill comes next.
That's really superb. That is so superb. What a valuable set of skills to instill in our advocates, because you are going to be the majority of your message. And that is going to be both how you look and how you live your life. And we say it often, and we have to, because it's not a matter of having very expensive things, but you can have a good style, you can be clean cut, and that will carry a great deal of weight when you're advocating for white well-being, when you share the key concepts. People are wont. It's sort of a natural thing for folks. They are wont to adopt from folks that they see as adult, mature, professional, and it doesn't matter your background.
if they perceive you as being knowledgeable, that this doesn't mean like a endless academic type of education, but dedicated to finer details in the way you keep yourself, the way you keep your thoughts, they are inclined to adopt from you. And so it makes it a lot easier to share key concepts and to have them pick them right up. It's very easy to imagine and see how this works when you think about if you met somebody out on the street, a bum, and he's filthy and his clothes are just disheveled and threadbare. He's sort of just a squalid case. What he shares with you, you're going to be very disinclined to adopt. Maybe it's part of how he got this way. Whereas somebody who's doing well, maybe he's exiting the work site. It could be anything. The work site could be construction work site. He's put together though, and he's heading out to his vehicle that he had. Doesn't have to be a great vehicle, but it's put together. He's keeping it nice. Or it's the guy coming out of the office building, and he's dressed to send the message that I am serious, I'm important, I am here. That kind of person, you're going to be inclined to listen to what that person might say to you. And so that really, it's a great value to you. This is in not just your advocacy. We want you to be a success in all areas of your life so that your advocacy is a success and others want to emulate that. So it's going to be an asset to you in work. It's going to be an access to you, whether you go to church or lodge or something of this nature, when you're finding a mate, when you're trying to get good grades, it's going to be valuable to you. So I'm really happy to hear, Mr. V, that you all are working on the sartorial bliss of our brothers and sisters. And we are the place that's doing it. It's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, you nailed it, brother. That's exactly the why of developing this skill, because it plays into everything else and how you feel about yourself, right? Yeah. I mean, if it's a Saturday and you're going to stay in your pajamas the whole day, probably not going to get a lot done, right? No. So think about how you dress, almost from a magician's point of view, right? And I mean magic in the sense of a change in consciousness to produce real world results, right? How you feel about yourself, what's your mental state, your performance, etc. Yeah. Your clothing changes that a lot, right? Yeah. It affects that a lot. So tailor your outfits, if you will, to match what you want to succeed at.
Very well said. Absolutely. What else is on your mind for today, brother?
Final thing, we are continuing with the Tribalnomics. Next week will be the end of the book.
Oh, tribal, yes. Yes, very good. I liked what you shared the last time about it, about being this shadow, being like this anti-identity of the people you are orbiting. It's so true. I'm looking forward to how it wraps up and what are some of the takeaways of it.
Oh, I'll give you the takeaways when we finish the whole book, but cool. It is really good for people to understand what goes into tribe and what goes into tribal thinking, right? And we're also going to get into Retribalize Now by Edred Thorson, which is just a pen name for Stephen Flowers. Okay. Who's friends with Stephen McNally. I'm sure you've heard of him.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And he wrote a book on a tribe, and that gives us a better foundation on Celtic and Germanic tribes, so we can understand what our ancestors did, right? Right. And how how kingship worked, how the laws worked, how tribes worked, how clans worked, the understanding of family, etc., etc. And cool. He has here from he cites another book. He cites Tribal Formation and Constitution from 1961 by Reinhard Wenskus. And he says the 8 aspects or dimensions of the Germanic tribe, which are the tribe as a genetic community, the tribe as a community of marriage, the tribe as a community in peace, the tribe as a community in law, meaning oath, the tribe as a settlement community, the the tribe as a political community, the tribe as a traditional community, the tribe as a linguistic and cultural community. And then when I told this to Axis, he said the tribe as a spiritual community, making it 9, which of course lines up well. Number 9's always been important, not just to this community, but to our people in general. So we're going to get deeper into those aspects of tribe, which is, again, the power of this group that everybody's obsessed with.
Yes, precisely. I mean, when I was on with Adam, and it's amazing with some of the folks, not all of them, but some of the folks who reached out to me and almost in a, almost like a paternalistic way, like, now do you see, now do you understand, and now do I understand that what I should start orbiting them? No, what I saw and what I mentioned when I saw some of these videos that Adam shared were people who had a firm identity, and this doesn't, I'm not saying this holds true for all jaywalkers, but the ones he showed had a very firm identity, a deep awareness of who and what they are, and a willingness to defend against that. And I don't accept the terms of how that impacts me. But if they were on the moon, or if I were on the moon and my people were on the moon, then I would be impressed, or I wouldn't have to be concerned with how it might impact me and my people. But they have a firm identity of who they are, willing to defend each other, and they don't. And I pointed this out during the show. At no point did you see these people refer to us with the names that we give ourselves, or themselves with the names that we give them. At no point. They couldn't have cared less. They're not orbiting us. They are the center of their story, and that is immensely powerful. And other groups of mankind do the same thing to various degrees. Not every individual of every group, but there certainly are individuals in each group that do this. And it's a very powerful thing for these communities. And we don't do it one iota. And the effort that is exerted here over many, many years of nose to the grindstone, you can see how it's thanked from so much of the white sympathetic sphere, how they thank me and this entire community for building a people out of a deracinated race. There's nothing, I guess in a way, when you're looking at it, you don't understand, it's a mysterious process, but there's nothing sort of arcane or unscrupulous about building a people out of a race. That's what we're doing. And only good can come out of making a people out of our race. And to be thanked with quotes, the way that we're thanked is really to speak badly, not of us, but of those who are doing the endless attacks, the endless calumny. So it's fascinating, though. You're right. This tribe, I'm really interested in learning your takeaways, what everybody thought were some of the most important points of the book.
Yeah, I think the definition of overlap and offset is one of the main things. Understanding where your identity as an individual and the tribe's identity have overlap, meaning they align, and where they have offset, meaning they are not in alignment, where you are not in agreement or doing a ritual that is different, or perhaps even in opposition to the tribe. And our goal should be to have as much positive overlap as possible. The thing is, these people are focusing, they're defining the overlap as how we feel about or think about another group rather than how we feel and think about ourselves. That's right. A major problem. And I'm really glad that you did that interview with Adam. I think I noticed some people, they came in and they were going to check out your stuff. So some people can listen to arguments and reason. And I think the best people in Adam's audience would support you, because he was always saying it's not about all these people. They are victims too of this kind of very negative, I mean, I guess we could call them Jewish negative. we have white negative people. There'd be
I
Jewish
suppose
negative
so.
people.
Yeah.
So he was saying, hey, they're victims of this too, right?
Right.
And I thought that was awesome. And no one should behave as if you didn't already know some of that stuff.
Right.
Like, no one should behave as if you didn't know already some of that stuff. And we backed you up. We went in the chat.
That was awesome.
And yeah, that was awesome. The most amazing part was Adam asking you about these meme pathogens and identifying his own meme pathogens.
Yes.
A lot of people came out to watch the show, brother. Lots of people were excited about it. A bunch of people posted in the same chat. Probably didn't even see that others had already posted it. So you could tell people were excited. But seeing that was amazing. So I'm looking forward to the next one, brother. You guys can go deeper into Go Free. He has a young daughter. I would love for him to get into Go Free because it would help her a lot.
Yeah, that really would. I hope he does. And those are great words. Thank you so much for that, good brother.
Thank you, brother, and thank you to everyone who struggles and fights for white well-being.
Amen.
So with that said, Promethean Hills, brother.
Promethean Hills to you, Mr. B. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Epic. We're going to have Patrick of Southtown on in just a moment. I'm going to take a look at what y'all are doing. Make sure I haven't missed anything. All right, I haven't missed anything here on Entropy. Looks clean. Over on D Live, we have, is that ears something? Is that ears? No. Something. I can't make it out. It's blurry. Something I think ends in Met. And he says, hi, bro. Good live stream. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And nothing new on Odyssey. So I will turn back around here and we will check this out. My stomach is busily consuming my pancreas. So I think after Patrick of Southtown, we're going to go ahead and roll out. But great to see so many on this gathering. This going free gathering so that we can begin our day with all of this energy. What a great start this was to the gathering. What a great ending with these great calls, these points being made that are so powerful. And Kate telling her story about being besieged and stalked and hunted by squirrels. They're just chattering at her windows all the time. No, it's not a psychopathy at all. She even has cats that drive tanks to protect her from them. It's totally normal. Oh, and then we have Spartan. What is that? I don't know. I think it's Spartan at the first. And then there's a dragon blowing fire. I see that. And he says, great interview with Adam Green. Yeah, Adam was really amenable, nice guy, congenial guy. And in that research, you know what I mean? I mean, in that research, he's watching those people. He's reading of these different, sects or whatever. And boy, some of those ones he found were some really wild religio ideas. My gosh. Sick stuff. Really sick. And that is, of course, research, which is totally different. And it's really kind of a nettlesome thing for me. Maybe more than that. That's so many of these people, they know the difference between somebody called Mr. Shekelbeast, who is, every time he shows up online, he is saying, it's the jaywalkers. Have you ever looked at the jaywalkers? They control everything. And because they control everything, everything's horrible. That, and then the implication, I'm not saying, this is another thing they'll say, I was thinking about earlier. They'll say, oh, I'm not saying to hurt them, but that's what they deserve. Okay. I guess it's fair to say that you want to hurt them, but maybe you won't do it personally. But big difference between that and somebody who is researching, and we all know what research is, whether you think it's the conclusions are accurate or somewhat accurate or whatever, you know the difference between research and that. And so for so many people
to step up and say, you're including me in, or really what they're saying is I include myself in with the Mr. Shekel beasts. And if you're going to include yourself in with the Mr. Shekel beasts, that's your doing, buddy. That's your doing, little cupcake. And then you have to wear that, not me. But all right, let's go ahead. Oh, I wanted to check really quickly here and see. We're going to be calling Patrick of Southtown. All right. Yep. I don't think I missed anybody. And here we go. Where's the screen? Patrick of Southtown, you, my friend, are up.
Promethean Hails, Jason. How's it going, brother?
Promethean Hails to you, my good friend. It's going great. Just chugging some good water. What's on your mind?
Awesomeness. Quite a few things. One of them in particular is related to the squirrels.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there is, in the Norse religion and in the tales, the mythologies, there is a squirrel called Ratatoskr.
No, I did not know that.
Is a major part of it.
Okay. I couldn't even say that, but so I don't know that. What is that?
Ratatoskr is he's basically a red squirrel. He runs up and down Yggdrasil, which is the world tree, the tree of the universe, basically.
Right.
So he runs up and down the tree, and he delivers messages between the great eagle that sits atop the tree, the great wise eagle, and a dragon that lays beneath, that gnaws on the roots of the tree. So he delivers messages that are important, but he also has a sort of habit to skew the truth a bit and to give insults as though the dragon were insulting the eagle,
gotcha.
And vice versa.
Right. Okay. So he's like a little imp.
So he's basically right.
Yes. Very interesting. Okay. So now you've just given Kate nightmares for like the next 2 months of like, it's going to be like in her mind, that name is going to translate into a machine gun noise. It's going to be like the squirrel came after me.
Oh yeah, no, it's just really interesting. So that's it's actually a part of our legends too. And another thing related to squirrels, I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but there is a squirrel called a Malabar giant squirrel that is purple. It's a purple squirrel, and it lives in the jungle.
Oh God. No, I never heard of that, but that's going to be another nightmare.
Oh yeah, no. It's a purple jungle squirrel that eats fruit, and its tail looks like it's on fire. Like it has like an orange and red tail. It's like the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
Weird. I definitely have never heard of that. Oh yeah, I see it. That's definitely coming after Kate. It's definitely. I can see it now. It's a good thing we spotted it because she might not be able to spot it for what it is. She'll have to know. Crazy. Yeah, that thing probably does eat souls. So just so you know.
Oh, definitely. And the fact that it's huge, it's like if you see pictures of it, like on a person's shoulder, it's pretty big. It puts the giant a giant squirrel for sure.
Oh gosh. Well, what else? What other sort of demon from the jungle do you have?
The next thing I was wanting to talk about is white flighting in particular. There's a lot of folks I see all over the internet talking about white flighting from California. But the thing is, there's actually I didn't know this about California, but we have the most white people in terms of like compared to each individual state, like the numbers of white people they have, we have the highest number.
Oh.
So people should not be running. People should not be running. Even though it's pretty wide erased in places like SoCal, in NorCal, that's not the case. People should not be running. I would say that that's a major mistake. You know, they're basically ceding territory.
Right. Yeah, California is a really wonderful place. So if you, obviously you can redeploy somewhere else, maybe perhaps in the state, especially if your dad's home, you love the state. If an area that gets bad, redeploy somewhere else in the state, if that's possible. So yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, indubitably. There's actually quite a few pristine places. One of them actually is another one I was hoping to talk about too. I don't know if you've ever been, but there's a place in California called Solvang. It's a Danish town.
No, never been there. Sounds fascinating.
It is so pristine that upon going to that town, you see written on one of the walls, "Once upon a time, 1,000 years ago, there was a king named Old King Gorm." And I'm just like, whoa, like it feels like you're walking into like a kind of like a storybook almost.
Very cool.
They apparently the Danish have like one of the longest lines of royal family. Like apparently they can trace their lineage 1,000 years ago to King Gorm, and they have not traded off since then.
How about that? I had no idea. That's really neat. I would like to see that someday.
Oh heck yeah! No, it's very beautiful, very pristine. Because a lot of people also, that's another thing. A lot of people think that there isn't pristine places in California, but I kid you not, it's so pristine in Solvang that the alleyways have flowers in them.
Wow. Yes, I would definitely say that's a sign of it being pristine. Definitely a bunch of white folk there, but the alleys have flowers to smile at you should you have need to use them. That's something.
Oh yeah, I was shocked. I was exactly thinking like, oh my gosh, like yeah, there's not even a dark alley or anything. Like it was just really bizarre. And then when you go down an alley, you'll find like a cute little clock shop or something with like wooden clocks that have been intricately made by a Westman. It's just like it's really neat.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to see that now.
But you know what? That will disappear if people run away. If people run away, because I saw one sign on that trip. One sign, okay, maybe two signs that it's creeping in. There was one store out of all of them that had certain anti-white memorabilia on it.
Oh boy.
You know, like basically displaying their anti-whiteism. We won't serve these kinds of people, kind of junk.
Oh boy.
And another, there was this restaurant I had gone to while I was over that way, and they were serving tacos at a Danish restaurant.
Oh my God, that's sacrilege. I mean, what the hell? You can get those everywhere else.
Oh yeah, in California you can get them everywhere. Like there's really no reason to put it in a Danish like restaurant or store.
God, yeah, it's creeping in there. What part of California is that in?
It's
like north, central, south.
I think it's sort of central. It's on its way to NorCal, pretty much.
Okay.
Probably between mid and NorCal.
All right.
It's next to Santa Barbara. That's it, and that's also another pristine town too.
Santa Barbara. Okay. Yeah, Jerome just said Santa Barbara County.
Oh heck yeah! No, it's very Santa Barbara is very beautiful and has a lot of history, and it's very pristine. It's so pristine that that it's whatchamacallit, like it's oh yeah, it's homeless population specifically. It's very tiny and they're very nice. And that's the weirdest sign I would have to point out, is that the homeless were nice and like they didn't ask for money or anything. I basically gave them food when they asked for it, and they were just kind. Meanwhile, when you go to like this other cities, like over in into SoCal, like people are just like, it's way more chaotic.
Yeah.
And it's sad either way.
Well, I've never heard of like polite homeless people. That's funny. I wonder how they arrive at polite home. Were they once residents and now that they were polite and normal and now they're homeless, so they're just still polite and normal? Or is there like some sort of bar exam you take to get to be homeless there? Or do they just like pistol whip you when you're homeless and you're not kind? We saw you intimidating a shopper. No, not me. That's really good. That's funny. That's the first I've ever heard that. Purple squirrels and polite homeless. This is a call for the ages.
Yeah, no, it's very pristine, very nice. Like there's not a lot of crime. Like people leave their bikes about. Like it's just not what you see in SoCal. Like goodness forbid, if I were to leave anything for 2 seconds, it would be gone before I could blink.
Oh my God, I bet. Yeah, that's how DC is. You can't even leave. And I guess this is, I would assume, the way it is in all major cities. Don't leave change visible through the window or the windshield, because they'll just go through that. I mean, that's what they do in DC. They'll just go right through it. It wouldn't matter. It could be a several $100 windshield, and they'll go through that to get to 50 cents. They don't care. So, yeah, you can't leave anything out. We can't have good things.
No, definitely.
We can't have good things because of this. Anti-whiteism has done this. What else is on your mind, brother?
Yeah, you can't have good things, and it's really sad. But that's the other thing too. Like there's a lot more pristine in a lot of the places people perceive as not being so pristine. Despite the worst elements, there are great elements. I learned of the other thing I learned of. There's another pristine area I visited several months ago, and I learned of a Viking festival in California that's like just everybody of like like Nordic descent goes to this kind of like festival, and it's just really freaking awesome.
Man, if something that is on the spectrum of weird and then on the other end like totally out of place, California is where it's going to happen. You're going to find you'll come across things that are totally weird, it sounds like, and then things that are cool, but what in the heck is it doing here? What is a Viking ship doing in the desert or whatever, Yeah,
no, well, I mean, California does have a lot of weird stuff, definitely, in terms of, there's quite a bit of odd things. Like if you were to, you can walk from one side of a block to the other, and suddenly you'll see Hindu statues, and then the next block you'll see fiestas going on. There's a lot of like out of place stuff.
Yeah, I would definitely feel disjointed with that. I like the idea of the pristine areas. I'll check them out for sure. Want to meet some of these nice homeless people.
Heck yeah.
But any final thoughts, brothers? We run out of time.
Final thoughts. Don't run away. Stand your ground. And I'm calling out again to the border states. Stand your ground and reach out to us. If you want to become a GFC leader or join a GFC, that's the way we take back our destiny. We have to do it in the most wide erased places, especially, we have to start pushing Go Free, because if we don't, people are just going to let it run over them. They're going to leave, and then it's going to keep encroaching as we pull back. The more we pull back, the more they pull in, so on and so forth. We can't do that.
100%. You're right, brother. That's a great message to end on. And you are welcome to call anytime you want, champ.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you.
God bless you, man. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, have a great night, brother. Thank you so much.
You too, man. Promethean hails.
Promethean hails.
All right. Bye-bye. Cool, folks. Patrick had some very interesting information there. We got Mestizo over here on Entropy, I just saw. So I took a trip to, is that Solvang back in 2019? Really nice village. Loved visiting the mission. Well, how about that? So you got some firsthand info there. I want to be out on the street and have a homeless person ask me for Grey Poupon. Pardon me, do you have any Grey Poupon or a stocking cap? I'm homeless. Maybe they don't need them. Maybe the weather is just right. Spartan says there's a class of homeless that have jobs and live in cars in California. Well, I know that a lot of homeless white folk. And what a shame it is. I remember one of the earliest things that I witnessed that was very moving for me at a conference was a woman from California. And I've mentioned this before. And she got up to the microphone to ask a question. And back then you got an opportunity to say something as well. And she was crying and she was angry. And it was like generations of her family had built, like literally, some of them had been blue collar, some of them have been white collar in this town, generations. And she was the last generation, and she was driven out. It had just become too alien, too different from her biosphere, from our biosphere, and unsafe because of the anti-white narrative. You know, something that doesn't get better is when you remove only in the space between your ears can this be done. You remove a group of people from the equation. The anti-whiteism is still there. The anti-whiteism hasn't been defeated. The justifications are still in everybody's head. It doesn't go away. It wouldn't go away in your lifetime. It wouldn't go away in 10 lifetimes. It might never. It might be the end of Western kind. You have to defeat anti-whiteism. And that's all there is to it. The justifications that allow for anti-whites of all races to victimize white people as retribution in their minds, that's there. That's in their heads. And that's not going anywhere. So that's the kind of thing that can be and would be perpetuated. It's regrettable when it comes to this, all of these people suffering with AIDS. I mean, their minds, it's like having syphilis. AIDS is like having syphilis. It just eats your brain right out of you. You can't think anymore. You don't behave like a white man or white woman, even remotely. So, and I want to reiterate, because I know there'll be people lying to Mark and probably Duke about this. I specifically stated that neither one of them had ever said anything or implied physically harming any group of non-white people. I would 100% not have tolerated that. Never implied or stated anything like that. Also, I don't know what Mark's situation is, and I'm inclined to think that there could be, these factors that are pressure, whether he agrees with the pressure or not, he's still experiencing the pressure. People may be getting
false information to him? I don't know. Or maybe he totally believes. I'm not going to perpetuate or pour fuel on a feud or make things worse. I have no interest in that. I want to focus with love, hope, and redemption on Western kind. And I know he would like to get to productive work for PWR and PA. That is what I hope is, because don't say to me like, Jason, why don't you just message him? That obviously is not the information that he's receiving that he's putting stock in, or at least it seems that way, right? So I could be just saying anything as far as he's concerned. Everything could be self-serving. So he's obviously has people who are feeding him things that maybe some is true, probably most isn't. But it'd be best if they would all just go their own way and just ignore my arguments. If I come up with an argument that you can't overcome, then just ignore harder. And we haven't missed anybody, so it's been a glorious and totally magnificent, a admirable, a virtuosic gathering today of White Whale-Being. And it was wonderful to see all of you here and all of you in service, doing so many wonderful things in service to White Whale-Being. So these gatherings are going to, I suspect they'll be a little bit easier. Well, they'll definitely be easier to put together, but they're probably going to be better for you all as well. We made more time for calls tonight, so the callers weren't rushed. And Kate is, as I said, and we're deeply grateful to her for that, going to be helping me. And she's going to be finding memes and songs when they're new. And so if you are creating memes or songs and maybe we don't know, make sure you let me or Kate know. You see her in the live chat, and then she'll be sure to check out your stuff over the course of the week, see if there's anything new, and then she'll share those things with me, and I'll make a determination whether that week or a subsequent week or no week that it'll go out to the public. A lot of things I will also share on my Twitter. And please make sure you follow me on my Twitter and share everything so that we can try to build my Twitter sub count. I mean, the bottom line is, regrettably, for so many people, because they simply don't have the ability to evaluate the success or failure, or they do have the ability to evaluate, but they don't have the time to do it. So they use this absolutely retardist method of saying, how many people already agree? How many people are already for this? And they just look at that number. And if that number is large, then they'll sidle right up to it and say, well, then I'll hitch my wagon to that. And if the number is small, they're like, pass, and they move on. It's a sad truth, because you end up with really self-serving egomaniacs who are just interested in getting rich, raking money in, raking people in, raking the most important thing, raking in the personal investment. So we need to be there. We need to be there for them, and we're not. If we can get my account to really grow on Twitter, then that will enable us, as I retweet your things, to grow those accounts. So you got to make sure that we're trying to move this toward the stratosphere. It's easier. It's going to be harder for us because we're telling people what they need to hear rather than serving their fetish, sickness, whatever it might be, which immediately will accumulate many followers. And so that's about it. And now I think I will probably be counseling Kate on the trauma of the giant squirrels because I sent her one. And we'll see. We'll see how she ends up doing with that. Maybe the next time you hear from her, she stutters and has a lisp. And who knows what else? Who knows what else? But we're doing the things that matter. You know that is the case. This is game on. It's game on time. We have between now and when it comes to Trump, remember when you're talking to these people, it's the Trump energy. It's the Trump mojo, whether Trump is there or not. Bottom line is we actually obviously need Trump to be there for that mojo to be there. But there are a lot of people who hate him to pieces irrationally. And so We have to make sure that they know that we are for the energy, the mojo, however you want to phrase it along that line. And it could be just from here to the primary, or, is he going to get the nomination rather, or not? And if that's it, then that's going to be it, unfortunately. So we have to make the most of that as that engine, as that locomotive begins spinning wheels and leaving the station. We have to be the swashbucklers that are swinging in over the sides, and the sword is through our teeth, and the feathers are on our hats. All eyes on us. People are wondering, what's that all about? Well, let us tell you, and we'll sweep you off your feet with something that'll truly rescue you, your family, this country, and all the countries of the West for white well-being and everybody that lives there. This is the only way. It's us or the highway. I love you all. Let's go free.